Alright, now YouTube is live. Jeez. Alright. Configure video, maybe? Oh, now it just says it isn't connected at all. Now you get the OBS virtual camera. The best experience of all. Alright guys, Pentanol, game number 2! Alright. The Lord himself will bless us on this game with the Huns to the west and to the east in the red. Wait, hold on. Why is this backwards? Now it's the blue Aztecs to the west. Villese says the red Huns to the east. Here we are, classic AOC matchup. Well, now my dad is saying, oh, you need to help me with the groceries. Hey. Unfortunately, despite knowing full well that this is my job, my dad tends to treat this as my working as, well, he's just on his computer. He can come help me when I need him. I feel like that's a very dad thing to do. Anyway, we got some eagles out here from Doubt. Villese is 5 vills ahead, though. What the heck? With idle time? I got on Doubt's up to Castle Age. Archery range incoming. Alright. Can Doubt fight this back here? Villese is ahead in resources, but those eagles are going to be very tough to stop. But Doubt has nobody on food right now. What? Can 2 ranges make up for this? I mean, Doubt has 0 vills on food. You can only buy eagles, and the thing is, you don't have that much gold on this map either. You're going to run out in 1400, and another tower is incoming, and this is going to be a full feudal versus Castle Age game. All right, good quick walls here. This is where I think you actually do focus down the military. You don't want to trade army for villagers because then you have nothing to stop a counterattack. And yet, the eagles are still eagle warriors, and they are doing a ton of damage here. Gold is now going to be denied, though. Archer's going to try and micro back to the TC. Remember, they only deal 2 damage a hit here, but they're still just Eagle Scouts. They only have +1 defense and no other upgrades. Doubt's going to try and go here to the north. Of course, it is down to Villese here to recognize that Doubt is going this way. Because that tower is excellent. And here comes the Archer Blob. Honestly, I wouldn't even hate a 3rd archery range here. Doubt is on the run! Oh no! Oh my goodness. Monk's trying to convert vills because that's the only way Doubt's able to grow his eco. He has sent some more vills over here to the west, but now his army is going down. What was the plan here? FC equals. I just think Doubt didn't appreciate how fast this could be from Villese. Doubt now with only 21 villagers to 39. Now, as of right now, Doubt's food income is clandestine. But now Doubt doesn't have any gold income either. We have another watchtower that's incoming. Hello, Hukwando. Alright, Eagle Warriors coming in. And Squires. Those are going to be 4 very well upgraded Eagle Warriors. Doubt now out of food. Doubt has 3 vills working. No, actually, no. Doubt actually has 0 vills working. These 10 villagers aren't working either. Doubt has no economy. Oh, no. Doubty. I'm sorry, Doubt. I think you might not have this one. Wait, no, Doubt has 1 relic as Aztecs. He's got this in the bag. I really like Vilese's prioritization, though, of just going after the army here. You've already done a number on the villagers. Oh, look at this. GG called Villese. Takes for game number 2 and strikes right back. Well done. Alright, YouTube is actually working now. The webcam isn't. We are in the lobby. Sorry guys, everything's so scattered this morning. I couldn't really set up the scoreboard yesterday like I want to do normally because like none of the matches were set at that time. Would go try hard? I don't know. I would want them to, but who knows? Jawline, I know. Everything is going wrong right now. All right, so 2 minutes, and we will get into game number 3. Game number 1 went to the Doubtster. Game number 2 went to the Villese. It doesn't sound as good, does it? Alright. Vietnamese lost, Huns won. Aztecs lost, Malay won. So, first 2 civs still available here for Doubt. And we will be getting into Amazonia next. Oh boy. Indeed, you hear the Persian flute. As we are now going into game number 3 here, Villese versus Doubt. We will have Villese in the red as the Woo to the southwest, and Doubt in the blue as the Persians. Shut up, Condor! Oh my goodness, why are they so loud? So, Persians Woo, 2 excellent hybrid civs. But remember, this map only has 4 deep fish. 2 on each side. Really not that much. Shorefish are more plentiful. And you do have some oysters as well, and lots of gold in the middle. But I've seen players really overcommit to going to the middle here. And we'll have to see if that's something that either of these guys do. Oh my god. Look at this noob T-West. Do you see this bridge water and how it is different than the weeds water? Wow. It's just, my viewing experience really is ruined. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know if we can cast anymore. The xenomorphs from Aliens? Anyway, the piggy's coming on in. Dock here at the front. Fishing ship will be on its way. Do you dock in the middle? Like, is this the correct thing to do? Maybe if you're only going one dock, you dock the middle for the shortest average distance? But you'd think if you're going like two docks, you'd have one close to one deep fish and one close to the other deep fish. Villese, though, he is with a back dock. And now that's interesting on this map because this is completely inaccessible. You can't destroy bridges, not unless you're Subotai. Well, technically it was the Hungarians, so I guess Magyars are the only ones that can destroy bridges. Well, lots of capybaras on the outside, and they are coming in the direction of Doubt. And this is, I think, a very good matchup for Persians. But to be fair, I always underrate the 3K civs. I feel like I have a 0% win rate against them. And I would probably have like a 0% win rate with them. Like, I just don't do well with them, man. Anyway, Doubt's already a couple of villas ahead, and he is on his way up to the feudal age. And now I have a corgi scratching at my door. Because the natural prey of the Pembroke Welsh corgi is an oatmeal bowl. Alright, more capybaras going Doubt's direction. I mean, look at this. He's got a freaking capybara zoo right now. Where's Pete 26196? Into a line about an oatmeal bowl? Well, you've been here 53 months at least, Majestic Apex, so I think you know the tale of the oatmeal bowl and the corgi. But thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Alright, Vilese's got his own capybara zoo, though. And that's going to keep you going for quite a while. Let's see if Doubt's going to make any aggressive warships, because we have a dock that's going to be incoming here for Villese, and he'll get, you know, the oysters and all that. Blueberries and carrots. Dash loves carrots. I don't think he likes blueberries. A little bit of a punching there. No, Dash's favorite things in the world are poultry and rice. Oh, and noodles. Loves those too. They can keep you going for quite a while. Well, you have to be a bit careful, and Doubt will obviously now see the fishing ships. And know that, okay, maybe I don't really need to put in as much effort into trying to win water here. Villese, meanwhile, is ostensibly going for a fast castle, I think. He doesn't have enough gold for it. I'm actually very confused. Just in general, but also about this game. Okay, going over to gold there, barracks up on the side, a blacksmith on the way, but you need another building to click up, but now he doesn't really have the resources to click up because he's getting double bit axe. Okay, well that dock is going to go down without giving you really a whole lot of value, and it just feels like Doubt's going to muscle his way through this one as Persians. He's fully walled. He is fully charged! Indeed, we have bridges. We have Jeff Bridges in the game. Man, fires are so good against buildings now. 8 damage a second to the buildings. Archery range, huh? Fishing lines here for Doubt. He has 8 fishing ships, guys. He's cruising. And now a Hulk has been made in the back? What? Oh, Villese seems to not really know what he's doing here, guys. Alright, Castle Age is on its way. Spearmen and archers are coming out, but I mean, you just have such a huge economic advantage right now as Doubt. He's trading some scouts here. Blacksmith coming in too. 21 villagers on food. Now here's the thing, and you do experience this on Amazonia. Once your capybaras run out, you are just out of food. You have no forage bushes. You typically have no farms at that point. Doubt doesn't even have a mill built yet. Okay, so he can take the Rhea there. Now, he should have enough to get up to Castle Age, but that's going to be about it. Königsberg? I think you mean Kaliningrad. Fires are annoying the villagers. Galley gonna also be annoying. I don't know. I mean, we got Bodkin coming in now for Villese, or not even Bodkin, just Crossbowman. But Doubt's not likely going to be taking any damage here anytime soon. That galley's still finding plenty of value. Scouts are going to try and pounce on the archers. The spearmen are here, though. Second TC over here to the west, but you're already at such an enormous villager discrepancy in favor of Doubt. His food is about to run real low, though. I just heard a big corgi sigh behind, be like, oh, why is life so tough? I would have to imagine it was by mistake. I don't think this really does anything. This feels very similar to Game 1, where Doubt is just going to be way too far ahead economically. It's not like Doubt is, I think, going to, like, win the game right now, but I don't really see how he's ever going to lose the game. He knows the pressure is coming from this side, so he just expands in the other direction. Wow. Man, fire galleys are insane! Couple knights are out. Now, you do have the spearmen. They're kind of derping around, though, so you're going to clean all this up, no problem, I think. I'm pretty sure. I'm, like, kinda sure. Guys, I am becoming increasingly less sure. I mean, you're going to clean it up, but you're going to lose a bill. Yes, Villese is the Uwu. Fire's on 416 damage. Third TC over here to the southeast, though. Got a monastery. This map, I think, only has 3 relics. Gold is very scarce on this one, except in the middle area. Third TC for Doubt, though, and I mean, he should just Persians his way to victory at this rate. Jeez! Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno! Okay, I promise I'll never do that again. Anyway, the TC will be up in time by the time the cavalry arrives. No, when does somebody achieve real adulthood, Mr. Fodler? Two relics? Oh no, TOS did add more. Okay. I think there were only 3 relics at first. Yeah, okay, so 2 on in between, like on the sides, and then 1 in the middle. Anyway, the hoovering! Just 3 archers and a monk. A lot of monks are queued up. You paid for someone else's vacation? What? Alright, monk is about to be out. Like parents for their kids? Ah, yes. Well, that is a conversion. Bosaw coming in for Doubt. Those villagers are extremely exposed. They're going to try and make a break for the TC, but Doubt is going to pounce on them. Doubt has 50% more villagers than his opponent. Persian eco is very good. Paying taxes? I don't love paying taxes, but in theory I like the things that taxes go to. Like the military-industrial complex. And subsidies for fossil fuels. Taxes? I mean, I barely make any money and I still have to pay taxes. No, I like how they literally renamed it to the Department of War just to sound all manly and stuff. And then they're like, no, we can't call it a war. No, it's definitely not a war. It is a military operation. Prague Adventure? Or, well, I mean, it's tough, but I'm sure your mother and grandmother will appreciate that. Anyway, guys, this really doesn't feel like much of a game. Oh, boy. I also enjoy seeing Wu lose, especially to an A-OK Civ. Hypecasting, I do what I can for you guys. I do my best to really deliver an exciting and fun-filled experience. It's really my gift. The Otter, thank you for the raid. Otter raid? Otters are pretty cute. I don't think I'd be too intimidated by an otter raid. Lie to the audience? Yes. Cheaper than Prague. Well, such is life. Be jaguars? Yeah, I saw giant otters at the zoo in Leipzig. Those are pretty darn impressive. They were also very cute, though. Everything beats Jaguars in this meta, yeah. Guys, that's 5 TC Persians and is under 0 pressure right now. I don't know what to tell you. If the wolf survives there, this wolf is not very well adjusted to tropical climates, so I'm going to go with no. Castle coming in here from Doubt. Lots of knights coming in, so at least he's not really wasting any time in closing this one out. And there is the GG call. Doubt, 1 game away from moving on to the next round. 10% more efficient in economy. Do it for a flight? Yep, that's me. I mean, Villese got 12 conversions for 8 monks, which is very good, but when you're so far behind in resources, it unfortunately just does not matter. When you try your best, but you don't succeed. Something, something, something. Alright, that was Doubt's home map, and his number 1 Civ. Second to last pick here for Villese. So far, the games have been pretty one-sided. Although back and forth one-sided. Oh wow, Stoneplease and Barrels are actually going to be going to a Game 5. I hope somebody's casting that. Iran is strong in AoE too. Yes. Their unique tech is called Block Global Oil Exports. Senegal's running? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know, the webcam isn't working today for some reason. No idea why. It's just one of those days. I could just have nothing. I could stare into the black box of my soul. Your webcam has a job. Opponents things more expensive? That'd be really annoying. Oh my goodness. All right, Serra de Carajás will be starting in 1:25. Oh yeah, coffee. Need that. Ugh. But it's basically a reworking of Terrace. Yes, it's literally Terrace, but reworked slightly. Or it could be Serra dos Carajás. Mountains of something. Anyway, very aggressive map, and we will have two excellent open map civs here, with the Chinese in the red to the northeast, and Doubt in the blue as the Khitans to the southwest. Doubt one game away from knocking out Villese and moving on to the next round. So far, the games that have had fishing ships, Doubt has crushed on, and the map that did not have fishing ships, Doubt got crushed on. So let's see who will reign supreme. Also, yes, a very historically relevant matchup. Like both civs a lot. I'm actually pretty happy with Khitans now, I gotta say. It seems like, yes, I wish they were more balanced at launch, but they've made the right adjustments. I think tuning down the pastures and then the train speed on the trash units has really done a lot. That's true, they are still without honor. And we can never forgive them for that. Alright, very tiny little egg base coming in here from Doubt. Which, I mean, makes sense, because again, this map is so difficult to defend. Now, despite what it looks like with the rocky terrain, you can wall on this map. Yeah, Doubt even going up without loom. Table coming in for him. And there is the scoot. Double fed axe coming in. But, of course, Chinese going to be ahead in resources. Dash. Well, there he goes. We have someone coming to look at our floors. Alright, domestication even in here for Doubt. Horse collar coming in here for Villese before the first farm is seeded. So despite the very aggressive posturing, I mean, both players are totally fine. Nothing terribly decisive in terms of strategies. Also, somehow they're turning rocks into pasture, which is pretty darn impressive, actually. Both players wall it up here, but Villese will give himself more space with which to work, which is certainly nice. Res collected are still slightly in his favor, but you'd expect the Khitans player to catch up over time with the power of pastures, which are still very good. Oh, gotta be careful there, Doubt. Oh, Doubt not careful enough. And his villagers will be under threat. There is one spearman here for Villese, but it's for Doubt, but it's not in the right place at the right time, and Villese is getting a ton of value here. 1 kill, 0 scout deaths. You probably want to dart out right now, and that's exactly what he is doing. No losses. And Villese will buy himself time with which to get himself fully set up defensively. Resources still looking good for Villese too. And Doubt, despite training 6 scouts, still has yet to actually try and dart into the opponent's base. Now, it's still open, so if Doubt does make a beeline for it, he could, in theory, go in, but doesn't look like he's really going to try and do that. Villese himself will be walled. He's going to build an archery range. And this game will move on forward. Going over to gold right there. Like I said, both players got their first 2 eco upgrades, no problem. Yeah, Doubt loses a villager. It's not super great, but it's not the end of the world either. He is getting forging. Man, don't you love how the AoE 2 tech icons relative to the AoE 4 tech icons, just like the little bits of artwork, like old school artwork on the AoE 2 icons, feels like it has so much more personality than the AoE 4, like, same palette minimalist thing. Just because, you know, I saw a little bit of AoE 4 when I was watching Red Bull, just makes you appreciate the little things more in AoE 2. And it's all very clear, right? You know, it's like scale barding armor. It's literally scale armor and a horseshoe. So it's the feudal age armor for cavalry. Anyway, Doubt has invested a lot into scouts, guys. Villese is far more interested in Castle Age. Sign 2, indeed. Although AoE 2, or sorry, AoE 3 takes the cake for sound design purely from the Rigadoo guys. I think that's the Swedes. Because they're all like, Rigadoo. But then again, AoE 2 has Mari Mari, so... Can we really go against Mari Mari? I don't think we can. Well, scouts should be attacking downhill here. Woodlines on this map are obviously also quite small. And there is a second barracks coming in, so Villese clearly thinking about Fire Lancers. Fire Lancers with Chinese honestly feel perfectly fine. Like, they don't feel annoying like they do with Koreans and Vietnamese. Anyway, scouts here are fully upgraded, and you're gonna need something to defend here. Now, we'll lose a scout. Still, normally you fall a little bit further and further behind in resources. You can see Doubt with the Khitans is basically stuck at 200 resources behind, which isn't that big of a deal. Especially since he's causing idling from his opponent's economy. Man, it feels, it's good. They're going to see like a good regular land map, good civ matchup that feels competitive throughout the game. 2 old school players. What isn't there to love? Anyway, Castle Age here for Villese. Oh, he is getting Pikeman. I thought Pikeman was a misclick at first, but no, he does have 8 Spearmen, so he does want to get Pikeman. Interesting decision. Cancels Bowsaw. I don't know what he spent the food on, though. Oh, you gotta be careful there. You do not want to let those scouts in. Oh my goodness. So, it's a little weird, right? Because it's 2 archers. It's not the scariest Oh, sorry, 3 archers. That makes all the difference. The pikemen aren't very scary either, but it is enough to force Doubt back right now. And remember, what Villese did earlier was he gave himself more room with his walls. So he has much more space with which to expand. Nice snipes here from Doubt, though. He will clean up everything. Of course, all the relevant upgrades that you would expect for his military right there. And look at this. Res collected. Catching up like I said it would. That still needs to be a bit cautious. More Fire Lancers are on the way. The Step Lancers here for the Khitans player. Khitans very much can go any direction they want to with cavalry, archers, or infantry. I do like the design aspect of that, where it's like you have good aggressive options from all 3 main military buildings. Kind of like Malians in that regard, actually. All right, crossbowman coming in here for Villese, so he does want archers to some extent. All right, Doubt's gonna do his favorite little patrol stack here and clean everybody up. Well done. I do think this is a little bit of a mistake from Villese. I don't really think crossbowmen give you a whole lot right now, except something else expensive to tech into. I mean, I know you're Chinese, but still, you don't want to spend those resources if you don't have to. Doubt has 8 vills on gold. They are over there to the sort of southeast-ish of his base. And it's just going to be so hard to get those archer numbers up, and they still don't even have Bodkin. Anyway, more fun patrol stacking. But Doubt will clean it up. Right now, Doubt is doing a great job utilizing his mobility and picking his opponent apart piecemeal. I mean, yeah, literally the exact same thing. Yeah, really don't like the archers play here from Villese. That might still be a hole there as well. But, I mean, honestly, the Step Lancers punch in so fast anyway. No! Oh, Villese. Uh-oh. We're in trouble. Something's come along and it's burst our bubble. Boy. I mean, that's just, like, I don't think that's, like, oh, Khitans are so OP. I mean, you're literally Chinese as Villese. It's a palisade wall and castle age. You really shouldn't be expecting too much. More kills. If this was triple barracks, Fire Lancer, I think this looks a lot different. Dying to cavalry archers? Cav archers are the meta right now, so they are very good. So keep that in mind. But there really isn't like one, oh, this just beats cav archers. I mean, yes, skirmishers and siege weapons will generally do quite well, but it still is always going to depend on the civ matchup and the situation. Yeah, I feel like if this was triple barracks Fire Lancers and you weren't trying to tech into 2 different things at once, this would be... This would be much more successful for Villese. Shut up, Condor! Third TC trying to be built here for red. And this is his tournament life on the line, so it's like, you know, you're not going to give up without a fight. Team Rocket blasting off at the speed of light. But this is just the map being very difficult to defend. A lot of downhill hits. Not able to group up with his units. Villese's eco balance is a disaster. And that should be it. Well done for Doubt. He takes the 3-1 victory and will move on to the next round. The KD was very close, and then everything snowballed out of control very quickly. See that all that wood collected doesn't do you a whole lot of good there for Villese. And that was even going to get ready to drop a castle pretty soon. Well done, Doubt. Ooh, Vivi versus Sorakuma's going on. All right, so the score is currently 2-1 to Vivi, and we're actually going to go right back to the same map. Two in a row. Well, there we go. Oh yeah, so you said it was Sora, Vivi. All right, guys, so tournament life on the line. It will be the Sky Bear rocking the Tupi. Here to the east of the map, of course, this is the Brazil Dynasty, so Tupi, I'm sure, are just the best civ in general. But to the west, in the blue, as the Vietnamese, it will be Vivi. This certainly feels like a very good opportunity for lots of Chompy warriors. Like, I know it's like, oh my goodness, Chompies, blah, 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 blah. But against a civ like Vietnamese, Chompy's gonna serve you, I think, quite well in general. Do pretty well against the archers and skirms. Trade versus skirms, quite poorly. You want Chompies versus skirms. Although you might still do decent over time with the recuperated resources. If you with your own skirmishers, that is. Not with archers. Archers are very, very bad. Well, let's see what the plan is here for Sora. If he just goes for, I think, you know, Chompy... What is essentially a men-at-arms rush, right? A Chompy runner rush. And then just transitions and plays a normal game after that. I think you can be totally fine as 2P. Or 2P. Emphasize the second syllable, I believe. So let us see what the Sky Bear has in store for us. There's 3 vills on wood here with that settlement. Which, in case you guys didn't know what a settlement is, it's an economic hub of activity. Or a hub of economic activity. And you can use it to expand your control of the region. In case you were unfamiliar. With the 3P or 4P? Nope, just the 2P. Anyway, no barracks yet. You do have the settlement bonus, so you can garrison your villagers inside them, which is very helpful. There is a jaguar there, so that villager will be low. Remember, your units here trade evenly. Alright, there's the barracks. But if this is going to be for more Chompies, it's going to be a while before you can really get them going. And Vivi is going to be coming forward, doing the classic, the Chinese classic. Alright, and Sora would be much better off if he had just gone for Chompies. Okay, barracks is incoming, but it will be scouted here by Sorakuma almost immediately. Scout, though, and a villager getting some pokes in. And the big disadvantage here with the Chompy is that if you're lower on HP, you can't choose to disengage. The scout's 20% faster than you. Alright, so, you need units. Archery range is incoming. No vills on gold. There's a spearman. Of course, you want double bit axe. There's the range. Vivi's grabbing double bit axe. You got to do so as well, Sora. And of course, Vivi's not walled whatsoever. Oh, some downhill hits, but you can garrison the settlement, like I said. And right now, it is just going to be trash units here for Sorakuma as well. And there's DBA for him, too. So, Vivi could try and find an angle to tower. As per the old tower rush rules, guys, the first thing you want to tower is the forage bushes. Because if you do that, then your opponent is probably very, very poorly off when it comes to their own food income. Which is a much more important resource now than gold. Or stone. Woodlines is a little bit iffy. It depends on if your opponent can easily expand to another one. Which, if you tower here, it's not the easiest place to expand to beyond that. Building an outpost with a villager, man, as a South American civ, so disappointing. That is correct, Savage. I know what Blackwood archers do. Alright, defensive tower coming in, trying to hop through the settlement, but this is ugly. And Vivi gonna cancel the tower and build it slightly further back, but that's where the stone walls can come in. And what is the army of Sora up to? Still 0 seconds idle time for each player. I mean, that wall will be getting low. Canceled the tower right there. A little bit more stone coming in. Remember, you do start with a little bit extra as the 2P. And still not moving out on the map, though, Sora. The viewers. Well, I think viewers mostly know what the Blackwood Archer does at this point. If you know what any of the unique units do in this DLC, you probably know the Blackwood Archer. Shut up, Condor. Alright, Vivi going on over to stone. 25%. Well, it's 12.5%, right? Oh, no, it's way less than that. No, it's 12.5%. More of each resource. Alright, just skirmishers for now. Meanwhile, behind this, Vivi just walling to the TC here. Walling to the edge of the map here is Sorakuma. Nothing too impactful. Now, those villas will, as they chop through, eventually be targeted by the tower. Especially once fletching comes in. There's the blacksmith for our 2P player. But yeah, Sora just seems to kind of want to chill until Castle Age. He's mining a bit of stone, but now can build a settlement over there. I mean, Blackwood archers are very, very good, don't get me wrong. But... ooh, is H-Man going to punch down the tower? He knows his opponent's armies here at the front. Here, growl of a jaguar somewhere. Yeah, nice move there. Defensive tower coming in. Oh yeah, but this isn't the Blackwood Archer matchup. Not against Vietnamese, who are some of the best skirmishers. And Blackwood Archers are very poor against skirmishers. They cancel that one too. Isn't the skirmisher as AoE as was meant to be. Wheelbarrow coming in for Vivi though, so is leveraging those eco upgrades as the Vietnamese. And getting closer to Castle Age resources is Sora. He's got a few vills on stone. 9 on gold, though, is a lot. Okay, now he's something more. I really hope he isn't autopiloting into Blackwood Archers. Because, again, Blackwood Archers are great, but in this situation, your opponent's already shown a ton of skirmishers. Just go Chompies. Chompies do extremely well there. Shut up, Condors! They're so loud! Alright. Just need to sell a little wood, and you will be good to go for the Castle Age. Another tower coming in from Vivi, though. Okay, there's Castle Age. Only 6 seconds idle time for Vivi at the moment. No gold has been mined. The Javelineer? Yeah, but then the game would be historically accurate, and what fun is that? Also, longbows were mostly a British thing, or English thing, rather. Whereas skirmishers were used all over the world. Alright, trying to get a little bit of a defense there, but that 17 HP house is not going to be doing much for you. To shut up? Well, what can I say? I'm rude. Oh, Vivi not really going in when he had the chance. And now those villagers will be able to buy a ton more time, and it looks like our 2P player will autopilot to Blackwood Archers because apparently that's all people think of with the new civs is either Chompies or Blackwood Archers. Just now grabbing Horse Collar. Vivi's also on his way up, but will be slower. Use the medieval period? Absolutely. Not just by South Americans. Remember, a sling is extremely cheap, and you can teach someone how to use a sling pretty easily. Oh, is he gonna go for it? Is he gonna make like a rodent and go for it? Oh my goodness, guys. The gophering. The gophering! There is a mangonel on the way. We'll keep the vills safe for the time being. Great usage of the settlement bonus there. Still very far away from a castle, though, is our red player Sorakuma. Oh, loses the Vill. Those skirms are all very trapped, though. No bow saw yet, either. I mean, it's like, where are you going in this game as Sorakuma? He's behind in resources. I mean, you're harassing with a few Vill, or a few skirmishers. Oh, why is the mangonel all off by its lonesome like that? Oh my goodness, it's not even gonna get one more shot in. Oh, jeez. Vivi even selling a little bit of stone. Also, rattan archers are gonna be insane versus Blackwood Archers, for what that's worth. All the more reason to go Chompies here. Or go Chompy plus Skirmisher. I really have no idea. Like, you can just go Chompies. And it not be like an all-in thing. In fact, it's probably better to do that. Because you still need a solid food eco to do this. Anyway. Another tower here for Vivi. Now you can make the Blackwood Archer into... It's not going to do anything. Well, it's not a fast castle. Like, it's just a very poor castle transition. $2,000 more resources right now for Vivi. You need to just go Skirmishers. I mean, sure, you can shoo away those units, but what are you going to do after this? You have no eco. You're stuck in your base. And to reinforce the idea, Blackwood Archers are still very, very bad against Skirmishers. Of course, peak microing is happening. Well, all those units were cleaned up. Vivi literally wasn't even looking at them. Endcard even coming in. And all the towers over on this right side will be destroyed, just leaving these last two over here. Second TC coming in for Vivi. And again, he's a 6 fills ahead and has a huge eco upgrade advantage. Tower goes down, so does the ram. I mean, the Blackwood Archer numbers are slowly but steadily climbing. University. I mean, honestly, this is just Sora microing and Vivi not microing is really the issue right now. Osaw just now coming in. Building more outposts with villagers as the 2P. Impskirm 2-shot of Blackwood? Probably. What? 8 plus 5? Nope, you still 3-shot them. Oh, jeez. Mangonel's also very good against Blackwood Archers. Leather Archer armor coming in. You actually don't even need it here, really. Blackwood Archers only have 4 attacks, so you only need +1 defense to minimize their damage. Yeah, it's not great here for Sora. 3 TCs right now to 1. Very inefficient eco as is. Ikokatu. Castle coming in here at the front. Oh boy, Rattans are going to make mincemeat of these guys, if you can get enough of them, which, to be fair, is not the case right now. Good attack round there from Sora. That was not best micro, but whatever. They're still at 33 Blackwoods. That's a big old number. And you do have that high ground. Second TC for a 2P player. And another defensive mangonel in. Oh, is a 1-for-1 trade, which is going to be good here for Vivi, who has the far better economy. You can dance if you want to, but leave your friends behind, because your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine. Third TC attempted here for Sora. More skirms, more Rattans. And Cart coming in too. I mean, Sora is trying to develop his eco, even though he's just so far behind in villager numbers. So you'd think that Vivi's bought more than enough time here. He's gonna try and launch a counterattack, though. North? I mean, that could be good. It's a dealer's choice right now. The defensive castle, like over here, just keeps you safe and you can click up to Imperial Age, whereas the offensive castle applies immediate pressure to your opponent. Stone plays 1 versus Barrels. Interesting. I love these big qualifier days. They always have so many interesting things happening all at once. Treadmill Crane coming in. And there's Imp on the way, so like I said, opted to go for the defensive castle and fast Imperial Age. Which is perfectly fine. It's very exciting being a corgi. Absolutely. It's very impressive, in fact. Fourth TC being attempted here for Sorakuma, but it's just the raw villager numbers are far too low. Mangonels are mangonelling up. I mean, yeah, I guess you can get a second castle if you wanted, Sora, but Imp's a-coming. There's nothing you can do about it. How on earth did that mangonel not go down? What? Not too sure why you're trying to engage before Imperial Age. Like, nothing to bother you. Oh, excuse me. Not the Ville! "9 seconds to Imperial Age." Well, two-man saw is kind of an odd one to prioritize, but sure, why not? Got another relic coming in. Skirm's raiding a bit over there. Oh, you literally didn't have an archery range as Vivi. Yeah, you probably want to grab an archery range. But yeah, there's GG called, and Vivi will take the 3-1 win. Well done to him. I mean, I thought that Sora's feudal age was, like, okay, but I just don't know why I didn't make chompies. I know they were nerfed, but it's still a very important piece of your army, as any of the South American civs. Well behind in all resources there is Sorakuma, and Vivi will move on to the next round. Oh, Siscon and Jordan are all tied up. Wow. I think TUS is casting that one. No? Which one's TUS casting? Oh, no, he is. $2028? Please, no. Oh, Prisma's up over Satau. Ooh. I'm just gonna take the name out of the title. All right, don't know how the games have gone so far, but we are on Arena Costera. And Satau is possibly going to be getting eliminated by Prisma. We've already had one upset today. Let's see if this continues. Prisma's going to be the yellow Bengalis here to the southeast. And to the northwest in the blue as the Italians, it will be Satau. Let's see how this is going. That's just a little bit annoying there from Prisma. Oh, gets the hit.
The way is shut. It was made by those who are dead, and the dead keep it.
All right, so Italians versus Bengalis. Very, very common civ matchup for this map. Let's see how these guys are going to go about it. The dead keep it? Well, I mean, yeah, what? You think the dead are going to stick with guard towers? No, they got keeps. Didn't Viper already play a set? Unless you're playing 2 sets today. Should we cast Viper versus running, or should we cast this? I feel like this is probably the more interesting storyline. Anyway, both scouts have gone down. Because it would be still a pretty decent-sized upset if Satau loses to Prisma. Market Blacksmith. And Satau is going to be going for a very aggressive castle drop. Okay. Meanwhile, what is Prisma doing? Not too hot. Well, they need the best Taiwanese player, MBL, to really step it up. Why isn't he clicking up? Okay, there we go. Still, I mean, Prisma himself clicked up too fast. I'm actually really confused as to what he's doing. Oh my goodness, they're doing something very similar. Very, very heavy with the castle play. But it just seems like Satau's build might be better. Almost have the food, and there you go. 20 seconds idle time versus 9 seconds. You do have 3 more vills and 2 more fishing ships, but Satau has double bid-axe in already. He's grabbing the fishing lines upgrade. And he is cruising. Tax-related ad, they're always listening. And he is. He's just invited, so he doesn't have to qualify. He is the only invitee. I'm sure Hera would appreciate not having to travel as far. Alrighty. Here we go. Even getting the gold mining upgrade, interestingly. Now, whether or not to get something like gold mining or gold mining and even stone mining, I think is kind of an interesting question because it's like, why not? Right? You have the resources on your way up to Castle Age. Usually you want to bank resources so that you can, like, grab more important Castle Age techs as soon as you hit Castle Age. But depending on your strategy, there is perhaps something to be said for doing it. Anyway, Prisma is not loving life right now. Oh, I mean, it's a perfect castle. I mean, for Satau, not for Prisma. So now it's like, what do you do behind it? Your fish are also going to be in danger as the Hulks are coming in. The Hulks come marching 2 by 2. Hurrah, hurrah. Uh-oh. We have the secret sub-Saharan African sails coming on in. Ash. Hi, little dog. Oh. Okay, saves the unit there, but here we go! Oh boy. The thing is, everything is just being done faster by Satau. Not too sold on any of this. Monastery coming in. Do well versus Ratha? Yes. In terms of cost efficiency. Pound for pound, Ratha still might be better. I mean, you're just getting over double the HP. Actually, yeah, over double the HP. Oh, man, all those vills just derping around right now, man. Got a Mangonel coming in. But Satau has fishing ships. Prisma does not. The wall, depends if you want to use the Genoese crossbowman to do something else. I mean, technically, yes, but it doesn't really make a big difference. Few relics in as well here for blue. You can see he's already getting the resources lead. He's going to yoink that relic. He baited with the Genoese crossbowman. Another masterful bait, guys. Even though the Genbow did die. You guys know it's hard to beat a masterful bait. Alright. Good cause, yeah. Oh, and the Insta. Monk there does get splatted, though. Masturbator is censored? It is not censored. Oh, you dare go into the castle range. That's another splat. But this eco balance, only wood and stone. Not very impressive. And just the fact that Satau is freely fishing is such a huge help. That resources lead is only increasing at this point. You can't just ask somebody hashtag what's your elo? Because then you have to determine whether or not they can have an opinion on tournaments. Yep. I'm 2K. Technically, I'm 2K3. 2K03 right now, not 2K3. I was playing some games yesterday. Mangonel coming in here. It already has 2 villager kills. Another castle's coming in, but this isn't sudden disaster, guys. You can survive without a castle. Reach you? Well, it took me like 12 years of trying to hit 2K, but I'm also not very talented, so it's hard to, it's hard to say. Never ask a streamer their elo. Most streamers don't really play very much. Especially, like, as a caster. I mean, like, obviously, like, a pro player will play constantly, but, like... Especially for, like, larger casters, you have nothing to gain and a lot to lose by grinding ladder. How does it make me feel? Like I'm not very talented at AoE 2, which I'm not. Oh, my goodness, guys. Ah! Prisma's a shoo-in. He's got this. You just need to believe more. Well, don't do that. Do that. There's no Vill here with which to repair. Prisma first asserting that he is a straight-up G, and then saying GG. But it's really important that you first assert that you're a G, that you're an actual gangsta. Because if there's anything that's gangsta in this world, it's an AoE 2 player. Alright, we are all tied up, and Valle de Selva will be the last map. That one. The Lord blessed us with his gameplay. It's not intended, but I know it's not working. It just doesn't seem to be working today. Feeling blue. I could be feeling black. Would you guys prefer this? Would this make you feel better? Make it orange? Sorry, I only have the 2. Opinion worthless? Exactly. That's how you AoE right there. Actually, after a couple games yesterday, I was exactly 1999, and I'm like, I am not going to end today at 1999. And then I lost a game. I actually got Timber Hokvandi on Arena, except I was Tatars versus Malay. Is that the shame? Exactly. And then I end the day on 1920. Oh, feels bad, man. Is the black guy? Yep. Yeah, it's like completely... It's like the most obvious thing possible. It's like, okay, literally, let's just make the one person that everybody doesn't like be the black guy. And not just be a black guy, be the only black guy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is surprising that Jordan and Siscon, or Siscon brought Jordan to 5 games. Actually, I don't see it anymore. Who won? Siscon, oh boy. Upset City. Well, that's what happens when you're the cisgendered con. $200 APM, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Alright, minute and a half, guys. 1 sec. Uh-huh. All right. I return. Oh, yes, we love our rocky terrain. I told TOS the map didn't need rocky terrain, and TOS just laughed at me. Like, this map's already super aggressive. Why does it need rocky terrain? You start, like, 20 feet from your opponent. All right, Feudal Age coming in here. Malians for Satau, Mongols for Prisma. You do have the extra capybaras on the side. A nice little snag right there. Militia are on the way for Satau. Rocky terrain, well, it's really wide. Something I did notice about this map is you really can expand to the sides quite a lot. Up. So it looks like it will be for a fast archer build for Prisma. Perhaps thinking that Satau's opening men-at-arms, but still, they are going to be Malian men-at-arms with the extra pierce armor. See how Prisma's going to do here. He doesn't have the barracks yet. Wait a minute, hold on. What is he doing? Oh, this could be really tricky. I mean, Prisma is up slower as Mongols than Malians. Why is he going up on 21 pop? Huh? Now going to be coming forward. Archery range on the way. No way he can fast castle. He doesn't have the resources for it. I'm actually just very confused. Okay, there's the market. And there... Huh? Well, that's a fun game of AoE 2 if I've ever seen one. Also, you have no stone on this map. Oh my goodness. What the heck, man? Guys, what is this? Even the capybara train is not impressive here. Lancer, but if you're going FC Lancer, you can't go Market Blacksmith. You have to go Stable plus either Market or Blacksmith. How is this helping you? Oh my god, he's buying stone. Besides, this map is way too aggressive to go FC Lancer on. Prisma is still slightly ahead in resources, but that should change over time as the eco of Satau is much more efficient. He actually does not have double bit axe, though. And he actually also has less idle time. I mean, okay. All but one of those men-at-arms are gonna die. Oh, this isn't actually walled off. Oh, I got jebaited by the foliage. Okay, you had a few vills coming over here to the side. Selling us some stone. All right, Castle Age is in. Those extra capybaras do help a little bit in terms of clicking up to Castle Age, but especially in terms of having, I guess, any amount of food behind it. But still, you can't go Lancers yet, because guess what? You need a stable for that. Unless he's doing something else?
Huh?
Monk siege with Mongols? Doesn't feel very impressive. Now Satau is a big resources lead. Yeah, just trying to annoy those archers there. Bills are going to attempt to punch down the watchtower. He's improvising? Yeah, I feel like something did not go according to plan. Mog Siege. I love me some Mog Siege. Ooh. It's 2 dead Bills now. A siege workshop's coming on in. Well, you don't want to run your units into town center fire, it is true. And there are still 3 Vills working on the gold. It'd be a fun to set. I don't know if I have the resources to fund a set, though. Feels like it would be kind of tough. Yes, it does sound very good, though. That'd be a good one to cast for sure. Alright, Scorpion's out. And remember, Satau's nowhere near clicking up to Castle Age. So this game isn't over yet. Prisma even has a slight score lead, despite how horribly inefficient his economy is. I mean, look at this. Look how ugly this is. The opposite of Ornlu. This is ugly. Oh, he gets a Scorpion. Every single siege unit is obviously so valuable here. Still, he's got nothing else being trained, and Satau should at least be working towards Castle Age. Oh my goodness, I played a game on Black Forest yesterday. I was Teutons versus Bulgarians, which sounds like a Civ win, but like, I actually had to push into my opponent's base, and he had Archer Hussar? And I tried going Onagers, and he just microed around them, and the Onagers did nothing. And then I tried going Heavy Scorpions, and then he also microed around the Scorpion shots with his Cav Archers. But eventually I just won by drowning him in Halberdiers, but oh my goodness, it was way closer than it felt like it should have been. It was very annoying. But he was like 2k1, so he was a good player. Manually aim Scorps. I mean, Scorps are already insane. I actually think it might be more interesting if you could manually aim Scorps, but they weren't all benefiting from ballistics. Because it feels like Scorps are a little too easy to use right now. Up. 1 Scout Cavalry. Scout Cavalry are poor fighters, but they can see a great distance. It's really OP. I mean, you can just get so much damage and value for no real effort. Yeah, it definitely did not work. I mean, the hole was pretty killer, but even then, I don't really think this was getting anywhere. Because you're still stuck with just siege in your base. And, I mean, I know it's a short rush distance, but I don't see how you're crossing the map against a bunch of scouts. And it would be so obvious what you're doing at that point that Satau has the easiest scout switch in the world. Now he's just going to go knights and kill you. Anyway, scouts are going to charge forward here. and kill the Vils unless they can quick wall themselves in. And despite being down 1-2, Satau with 2 very decisive wins in a row from what we've seen. Prisma still has the score lead somehow, even though it feels like this game is completely over. I mean, I guess it's the KD being very good for him. Anyway, Light Cav coming in. You got Bloodlines, you got Forging. Yeah, that's the upgrade. 17 on gold is kind of a lot. Siege Workshop coming in. Maximum hoovering. And now you're gonna go Cav Archers? I don't know, guys. But thankfully it's a rocky terrain map, so it is impossible to fully wall. Morville's going down. Knights are on the way. Obviously, a couple Cav Archers are not going to be sufficient here whatsoever. And I think we can stick a fork in this series. Lack of CA. Ah, here's the Mangonel. I was wondering where that was. Decent attack round. Oh, come on! Come on! Splat. There we go. Yeah, whatever Prisma had in mind, it simply did not work, and Satau will get a 3-2 victory. It is kind of weird to see the random seeding, but it is giving us some very exciting games early on. No, Dave is casting Tato Dragonstar. And Mem is casting Viper. Is there anything else that's happening right now? Alright, let's check the standings since we have a moment here. Yeah, round of 20 is starting. Oh, that's actually Viper versus Running is the round of 20 set, but Viper should win that comfortably. Oh, Vince Satau is the next one. That's going to be good. Andy Dark, Louis Dogao, Yo Vivi, Sebastian Nikov, Leary Siskon, and then Tato Dr. Agenstar. I guess T-West is the official commentator. All right, let's jump into Yo Vivi. Well, I guess Nikov and Sebastian are doing their Civ draft right now. The reason? I think it's just the Onimaru guy wants to sponsor all that, right? Let's do Sebastian Nikov. Millie? I think so, yeah. I mean, that's how all the big AoE 2 teams have functioned. Camera's not working today for some reason. No idea why. Okie dokie. I mean, yeah, Viper is super heavily favored to win that set. Why I'm not casting it. And then Pointy Boy KGS for those 56 months. Thank you so much. This is, I mean, it's literally the exact same thing, right? All, passion projects. Yet soccer teams make money, so... I mean, it just feels like AoE is such a money sink for literally anybody. Like an AoE 2 team is, rather. Oh, we got the Toopsters. Vacation meetup? It is crazy how much, you know, people with a ton of money have been willing to invest into AoE 2. I mean, AoE 2 has only survived because of rich sponsors. Tyrant, SY sponsor, WWP sponsor, Gamer Legion sponsor, Onimaru sponsor. Am I missing another big sponsor? It just kept teams going. Alright, so hopefully they'll be getting into the game in just a moment. Nostalgia? Oh, absolutely. It's all, like I said, it's all passion projects and stuff, right? I have no idea what that means. We'll win this? I don't know. I think it should be pretty competitive. I think people overrate Sebastian slightly. Like, he's very good, and he's definitely top 10 player, but he's still a little inconsistent. I mean, so is Nikov, for sure, but... Well, hopefully they get this started in a moment. I'll be right back. All right. And we are in the lobby for Fernando de Noronha. So, Vikings or Bengalis versus Armenians. I guess you could pick Wu as well. Yeah, no idea what's going on with webcam. It's not registering. I do not know why. The USB device was not recognized. Failed to download match content. Oh boy. All right, guys, a minute 38, and we will get into game number 1. Better self. Oh, yeah, for sure. Any predictions for this game? I mean, I do favor Sebastian, but not by that much. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a 3-2. I think it should be a very good set, which is why I'm casting it. All right, guys, let's get into this here, except I forgot to set up the scoreboard. All right, here we are, game number 1. Going to start here on Fernando de Noronha. Yes, Fernando de Noronha. We'll have Sebastian in the blue as the Byzantines to the southwest. And to the northeast in the red as the Vikings, it will be Nikov. What is the Byzantines pick all about? Now, their fire ships are very good. And it's interesting to think about Byzantines in the current meta, because it used to be they were like one of the best hybrid civs because their fire ships were very good, and, you know, good fire ships and being a good land civ will do that for you. But then Hulks were added, and it's like, oh, geez, why would anyone want to play Byzantines? Because now it's all about the Hulk. But now things are actually kind of transitioning back towards the fire ships. And especially if you get to galley plus fire ship, it's really, really tough to stop. So this is going to, I think, be kind of interesting to see how Byzantines perform. That said, it's still Vikings. They are extremely powerful still. And they're very much going to be the known quantity. On that what? What monologue? I was just talking about Byzantines. Really nothing that interesting. All water maps? Nope. Are Longwoods viable? Yeah. I think they're a little inaccurate in Castle Age for some reason. I think that's bugged. Pretty long speech. I mean, it's my job to talk about these sorts of things. I don't know. I'd rather have this map than freaking which of the Red Bull maps? Loch Ness. That map was painful. A little bit of idle time for Sebastian. He really did send his villagers to wood quite early to enable early fishing ships, but I mean, really, he's just keeping pace with Nikov, nothing else. So, you kind of have to finagle things a little bit differently early on, especially if you're a civ without an eco bonus like Byzantines. Well, don't forget the fact that it was decided 2 games in a row, but the time limit. That was fun. Flamingo! Stop being so loud. That's what you sound like, Flamingo. Still, you'd have to imagine that if you both open galleys, Vikings are going to have a big advantage. So you're probably not going to want to open galleys as Byzantines here, but, like, is that viable to open with anything other than galleys on this map? Like, yep, there were a lot of reasons Leary lost that game. And yet, it still was, for a casual fan, a time limit game. Right? Especially with Leary like slapping down monasteries all over the place at the end and not trying to fight anything. Couldn't see the score, but score is still kind of an important way to judge things and going on in the game. I'd rather there just not be a time limit because it added literally nothing. It doesn't make the day shorter. It doesn't make the games more hype or more intense. Don't know. Well, it's because Leary just has a much better early game. Like, Leary won those 3 games just by out-microing and out-executing Hera early on. I mean, 9 fishing ships per player. I mean, we really are seeing the difference in early builds where you're not just rushing up to Feudal Age faster. I mean, look at this. You're clicking to Feudal Age on 37 pops on what is essentially islands. Actually, no, Hera just got out-microed in an early game. Out-microed, executed. Well, is this for a fast castle? And you're still taking food as Sebastian. Yep. Leary couldn't get any of those mangonel shots to hit. I mean, Hera has that old school Viper mentality where it's just like, I'm the better player, so even if something goes wrong, I know that I will just win every single fight if I... Like, I can win every single fight if I play my perfect style. But yeah, looks like it's going to be for a double fast castle here. Nikov, I mean, it's just surprising to me that players feel comfortable going forward dock, fast castle. Like, that's just wild. Hera discussions? I mean, it's just what people brought up. Taken seriously by Hera? Oh, I mean, it was. I mean, it's all the games that were decided in Feudal Age, Leary won, and all of the games that were decided past Feudal Age, Hera won. It was literally that simple. Leary's approach? I actually didn't like it because he didn't really even get a faster Castle Age time. Again, Leary won those 3 games by killing Hera in Feudal Age. I just think that's the huge issue, that Leary is really struggling to win games past Feudal Age against Hera. He just doesn't seem to have the, well, 1, Hera's macro, and 2, Hera's game knowledge and decision-making. Even if his early game execution and micro is actually better than Hera's, which is enough to win you a ton of games. Like, that's why, like, Leary looks so insane, is because every single game he wins, it's just like, he just plays perfectly in early game, and there's nothing you can do against that. Anyway, the Hulks were made here by Nikov to hard counter the Byzantine fires, and they are doing their job very, very well. Causing some idling, forging coming in too. And that's going to be another dead fishing ship. Actually, the first dead fishing ship now here for Sebastian, and he's going to need to do something here. He's going to now go over into the galleys. The issue, though, is that if you're Byzantines and making galleys, you're just playing a very generic civ. And that's going to be quite difficult. Oh, absolutely. The game knowledge is super important. This is where all the jokes say, oh, Leary's so good, he doesn't even need to play the DLCs, actually does matter, is because you need to know you need to know the decision-making branches for all the civs. At that level, at least. Anyway, medium warships coming in here for both. It's going to be galleys for Nikov, and back to fire ships now for Sebastian, as they're both just trying to dance around the water tech tree. KD is even. Nikov is ahead by 4 eco units, though, and that's exactly 4 fishing ships. There we go. Medium warships is in. Bodkin not quite yet, nor is medium warships for another few seconds, but the docks buy you a ton of time here as Nikov. Still, now that we're in Castle Age, the Hulks are really going to drop off. They are such an underwhelming unit once you get to, War Galley and Bodkin. And part of that's the fact that your Pierce armor doesn't go up for the Hulks. You're just stuck at 1 always, so that the more damage that comes in, the much less tanky you are still. So Nikov is trying to try and go Galley plus Hulk, but I feel like Galley plus Fire is very significantly better. Biz versus Gurchins. I don't really remember that game, to be honest. Oh, yes, that one. That was very weirdly played by Leary. I have no idea what he was doing. All right, Sebastian's here with more warships than Nikov. Fishing line's just now coming in. It's been in here for Sebastian. Blinker construction, but like I said, I just don't think the Hulks work. And this is where Byzantines can really start to look powerful. He has just enough galleys to snipe the Hulks super easily, and then the rest is all Byzantine fire ships. I mean, look at that. Look at him go. Look at those torches torch. Nikov actually has a slight score lead somehow. I guess he is a bit ahead in resources, but you gotta find a way to around this. Ballistics now coming in. Nikov's starting to take some better engagements. Again, the docks do help a little bit. And now the Hulks are here. And the galley numbers are getting a little bit low, so that is where the Hulks are going to come online. But look at those Byzantine fires just melt the buildings, or torch them, I guess. Oh, and all those Fisky Mothers, man. Ooh, that is rough. Nikov is going to have ballistics, but he's losing everything, guys. Sebastian going to be cruising his way to a game number 1 victory at this rate. I mean, Nikov just can't compete right now. All those buildings are getting obliterated. You're trying to go like War Galley plus Hulk? Maybe this is actually just the time where you go full longboat. The eco kills are the same on each side, but you're just not able to kill your opponent's navy at this rate. Nikov's still trying to fight this back, though. But he's going to lose his market, too. Jeez. Man, those fire ships are really good against buildings. Still, 9 fishing ships to 11. Sebastian just buying some food. Neither player adding an extra TC. It is just all Navy right now. And Nikov's still plenty of war galleys, so the naval numbers are catching back up. Still an overall KD advantage here for Sebastian. Nikov is actually getting siphons, and he's going to try and make his own fire ships. Because apparently Vikings need those. Seriously, why did they give Vikings not only fire ships, but siphons as well? Alrighty, guys, here we go. And this is the same issue. If it's Hulk fire ship, or Hulk galley plus fire ship galley, the fire ship galley should just be better. And yet, the numbers are close enough. That is not a fish trap you want to make. need to spam fire? You mean Nikov? I don't know why. Well, you don't want to go a fire ship spam into Byzantines. Well, the galleys are still really good at actually forcing engagements, and what they also do is they snipe any hulk. So if, say, you're both going fire ships, and then one player tries to mix in some hulks to counter the fires, having a few galleys at the back just ensures that you can never add in any hulks, and then you just try and muscle your opponent through with more galleys. That said, I feel like it should be mostly fire ships with a few galleys behind to deal with any stray hulks. That said, galleys are still much better at bombarding the shoreline. Yeah, like that. I think that's probably how you want to go. But the water meta is still very much not figured out yet. And look at this. Nikov is going to try and sandwich Sebastian here. And his nickname, by the way, when Sebastian's getting sandwiched is San Sebastian. Because apparently he's now in Spain. Population's in a dead heat right now. KDs are very even. Nikov, though, is well ahead in terms of resources. That's not even a Vikings thing. That's just Nikov having a very good efficient eco. University just now coming in for Sebastian. You could certainly argue that either clinker construction or careening or siphons all would have been very important upgrades to have right now. Because you can see Nikov here, he's got the speed advantage. And he has siphons. And now... Or Ballistic, yeah, for sure. Lots of useful upgrades at the university here. And now Nikov has the numbers, guys, and Sebastian is starting to fall behind. Again, beautiful engagements here, and of course, we freaking love DE doing this, because I have to manually set it back to regular speed, which is easy to forget. But GG called, and Nikov takes game number 1. Like I'm saying, guys... Sebastian is a great player. He's one of my favorite players to watch these days. I don't think he's a top 5 player yet. Not consistently, although his ceiling is top 5 player. But Nikov, when he's in form, absolutely can play with the best of them. And that was a very good game. It was looking rough for him early on, but he danced around the naval tech tree very well. He kept his eco running very smoothly, which is super important and difficult to do when you're microing on the front a ton. So, well done indeed. I mean, Byzantine fires are really good. Like, did you see those docks melt to Sebastian's fires? It feels like underexplored, I would say. Like, the conventional thinking is certainly, like, Byzantines are A tier and Vikings are S tier. And I don't necessarily think that's wrong. But I still want to see more evidence. All right, Satau is next, so a very different type of map. Should be a fun Civ matchup as well, and we'll get into that in a minute. Hope you're all having a good Saturday. The day of Saturn. But yeah, certainly big difference in draft priority between Vikings and Byzantines. I was actually thinking of making a video talking about how different civs on water maps are going to interact with the naval changes. I think it actually might be worth doing a video on. Somebody, though, spelling. It isn't Brazilian Dynasty. It's Dynasty. It's Dynasty. SMH, Sebastian. Also, the D needs to be capitalized. Oh, my goodness, the punctuation. Disgusting. Is nasty. I hope my webcam isn't broken, though. Maybe I just need to restart my computer for it, and we'll just get it back next stream. All right, guys, here we are. Game number 2. It is the very aggressive map, Satau. Nikov going to be a very aggressive civ with the Goths. Definitely a bit more of an unconventional pick these days. He'll be to the north in the red. Lost the first one, looking to strike back. It will be Sebastian in the blue as the Gurchins to the south. I've tried replugging it several times, actually. So, interesting civ matchup here, like old school versus new school. And this, I think, is going to be a bit of a different matchup than, say, Goths versus Mongols, or Goths versus Huns, or even Goths versus Khitans. Because Gurchins have the gunpowder. Actually, Khitans is also awful for Goths because Liao Dao obliterate them. But compared to, like, Mongols or Huns, Gurchins, because they have that semi-settled aspect to them, Grenadiers, I think, could be extremely powerful. Like, if you can get, like, a Grenadier plus meat shield, it should be very difficult for Goths. That said, you need to make it to the Castle Age. FC Grenadier, not on this map. I think on another map you could consider it. Nikov coming in with a very early drush, though. It's an interesting civ matchup for sure, and not one I think we've seen all that often. At least not one I've seen all that often, because we never really see Goths all that much. And I do feel like people really just play Gurchins as if they're Mongols or Huns, which is like they can sort of do. But if you only play the, you know, Light Cav, Step Lancer, Cav Archer aspect of the civ, you're playing basically just a worse version of Mongols or Huns. So I feel like people would be well off using a little bit more of their tech tree. At least from what I've seen in high-level games. Obviously, you can't completely paint it with a broad brush. Anyway, Nikov now going to build the lumber camp. Good quick balls, though, for Sebastian. Getting, of course, a little bit of extra food early on. Taking in both of his javelinas without them getting lamed. All that good stuff. So we'll have to see if he wants to click up. He did get Loom already, so maybe a little bit safer there than you would otherwise be if it were, you know, another civ. It's a CA civ, yeah. I mean, did you not see the game with the sheriff? For any of you young people in chat, back in the day, the gold edition of AOC, which was basically you get Age of Kings plus Conquerors with some extra stuff, included 3 wrecks from the game developers, one of which was the lead game designer, the Sheriff, who was basically the Cision back in the day when it came to multiplayer design. Oh my goodness, no Loom! Oh, playing a game as the Goths, and he went Cav Archers. Back when Goth Cav Archers was very weird and terrible, but he still won. Alright, Feudal Age is coming in. Nikov is able to save the build there. Also, you're freaking Goths, man! Loom researches instantly! No reason to not have it. Alright, Barracks coming in. You can see Res collected still dead even, so you could say that the Drush, it made his opponent's economy inefficient, so it did some economic damage, but it was also still a reasonable investment from Nikov himself, so nothing too crazy. Oh man, is it another masterful bait? I can't keep up with all you guys and your masterful baiting. You just beat me to it every time. Alright, so what is the Feudal Age transition going to be here for each player? Nikov is continuing to queue up infantry. Nice job popping out of the barracks right there. Gets a couple of free swings there on the scout cavalry. And stable, I mean, it was very clearly going to be a scout opening from Sebastian. It's what Gurchins will do every single time they can get away with it because of that faster attack speed. Oh, nice snag there. It will actually be first blood in this game. a situation that suits cav archers in general? Sure. So if you're playing a game of Age of Empires 2 and you're in the Castle Age, it's probably a cav archer situation. That's a pretty good rule of thumb. Yeah, cav archers are pretty crazy now. And I honestly don't remember the game with the sheriff. All right, 4 men-at-arms are here. Their scout is almost out, and the spearman here, just to give some meat to throw into the battle, just to have something against these men-at-arms. It's still very scary. Nikov has 5 men-at-arms, but only 3 vills on food at home behind this. He doesn't have a mill. Long distance taking from those Rheas. Rule of thumb? I don't know the etymology behind it. All right, men-at-arms will slowly but steadily go down, and that's going to be great for Sebastian. Even as Goths, this is still a very significant investment. And of course, the men-at-arms want to be attacking the scouts, as they are the much more valuable unit whenever possible, and they're getting some hits in, and maybe utilizing the high ground there, but not quite. And all of those infantry units are going to die. They do get 2 scouts, though. Equal access numbers? I really think there is... that's an open-ended question. Oftentimes in AoE 2, there are several different ways you can approach the game, all of which are equally correct/incorrect, and it's just about what style you prefer. Now, of course, some situations will absolutely call for cav archers or any other given unit, but oftentimes it's just a matter of what you feel comfortable playing. So, like, in general, like, a good cav archer time is, like, if your opponent's civ is, like, Franks or something that really prefers making melee units, doesn't want to make skirmishers or ranged units, and you happen to have a civ that's good with cav archers, or you're hitting Castle Age and you don't have a big blob of or what would be crossbowmen left over from Feudal Age, or if, like, your eco is set up so you have a lot of vills on wood and gold. So, like, there are lots of different situations that you could say, okay, this favors cav archers over another type of play, but oftentimes it is still going to be stylistic. Anyway, overall KD is similar, resources collected is similar, so as far as this game goes right now, no huge advantage. That said, Nikov was not able to get double bit axe, and that is really painful. Okay, there we go. Of course, just as I say that, he's grabbing it. Farm starting to come in for each player. Still, you have the better scouts as Sebastian. You have the mobility advantage. Good quick walls are there. Those vills also have to keep themselves nice and safe, but still, well done. On watch also come... Oh, wait, that palisade wasn't started, and that's a lower HP villager. Ooh, nice snag there by Sebastian. Good eye, mate. Gonna have some shrimp on the barbie. I literally cannot do an Aussie accent to save my life. Thank you, September, for the 52 months. Really appreciate it. All right, you got spearmen plus archers here on the other side of the map, forcing a defensive watchtower here as well. But Sebastian's got his own archers here. And of course, compared to Arabia, Satau is way more open and difficult to defend, which is why we tend to see civs that are extremely good at heavy feudal age scout play, or spearman skirmisher play do the best. Now, Goths aren't really either of those things. So it is something to keep in mind when it came to the civ pick. Gurchins are a much better civ for extended feudal age scout play because they are one of the few civs with a very impactful bonus for their scouts in late feudal age. Faster attack speed is very good. And Sebastian cleans up. He's killed a villager. He has a nice KD. Even getting padded archer armor in. And he's on double range production. Old school AoE 2 right here. 1 stable and 2 ranges. Scouts plus archers. And neither player is thinking about Castle Age anytime soon. And Nikov going to be going over into the skirmishers. Now, he has far more villagers on food than his opponent, but as was the case back in ye old days, the skirmisher player will be slower up to Castle Age. Now, that was back when we saw much more double-range skirmisher play, which is very tough on your food eco, but if you're only going one range, it could work still. Gurchins like Huns? Yep, basically. But as far as feudal age goes, Gurchins are going to be, in theory, played very similar to Huns, right? Lots of scouts, ranged units, developing that. You're fine playing an extended feudal age. And it's just the good design of Gurchins, right? Where you start out playing much like any other steppe nomad civ, but then you can develop towards something more flexible. At the cost of having a strong economy, of course. And literally any kind of good swordsman. Oh, okay. Random units here in the back for Nikov. This is just what happens when you lose track of your opponent's army. That is going to be a villager snipe, but the army is here on the flip side from Sebastian. He has more units in total. Nikov has 3 more villagers at the moment, and now some reinforcing archers are going to be coming in, where that double archery range really helps out. And Sebastian himself does have +1 archer defense. Horse collar coming in for Sebastian. And what is kind of fun with Satau is that we really, like, this is old school AoE. Just a lot of feudal age fighting, trying to get yourself walled up, but your bases look super janky because it's so hard to defend. And neither player is in a very comfortable spot whatsoever. No stone income, or sorry, no gold income at all right now for Nikov. Kind of interesting there. No horse collar for him. He's still gathering a fair amount of wood, and he's got 2 vills on the stone, which remember, all of the stone on this map is far away from your base, and you only have a little bit of gold to keep yourself safe as well. Oh, that's going to be a dead vill on the other side, so now +1 in the villager KD Delta for Sebastian, and it's 23-6 military. Nikov has a lot of vills queued up, so in theory he's actually a bit closer to Castle Age, but he could just be falling way too far behind an army right now. Sebastian's archers, unfortunately 16 archers easily clear 30 men-at-arms. Oh no, those villagers are all off on their own, and this game is getting better and better here for Sebastian. Actually, the villager. Oh no, no, turn and fight. There could only be one. The Highlander. Rip. Wheelbarrow on the way, and Nikov has a better, or rather, less idle TC time in the first place. Oh, but these units just wandering on in. I have a massive crossbowman, the same way literally any other civ would, monks and pikemen. Wheelbarrow? Oh yeah, the Nikov not getting eco upgrades thing is very much an outdated meme. Looks like another villager died over here. Archers do have the high ground. Some spearmen are coming in. It's still a very messy game, but, and this is a big but, this is a big old booty. If you can get a good Castle Age time as Nikov, it's still a playable game. That said, Sebastian's the first to use the market. He's a little bit behind in food collected, but a lot more gold, and he just turned that gold into food. Much like Ornlu going to the grocery store. And he is going to be up to Castle Age faster. So crossbowmen and then switching into cav archers feels like a very good play here. If anything, Nikov's weakness is his eco balance and macro, and just like eco efficiency over the course of a long game. Much more so than not getting eco upgrades. Now, it's still a playable Castle Age difference, most likely here for Nikov, but he's going to need to switch into something, and this is where the weakness of Goths is going to be a very real issue. A second range coming in, but going double range as Goths just doesn't feel very exciting, especially when you're behind, which obviously Nikov is right now. Oh, man. Samwell? Samwell, what are you doing so far from home, man? Oh, man, more rushed up defenses here. Huskies are only available once you get a castle, and that ain't happening anytime soon. Remember, stone is extremely difficult to come by on this map. From the Shire. It's like the best version of Lord of the Rings, which is the one where every time Frodo and Sam take one step, it replays the, if I take one more step, this will be the farthest from home I've ever been. It's like 25 hours long. All right, crossbow and bodkin coming in for Sebastian. Again, it's basically like do-it-yourself Huns, but it is working out just fine. Great pressure there from Sebastian in Feudal Age. I love the double range archer play with the scout support. It did feel very old school, and Sebastian could go right ahead and tie the series up 1-1. That was Sebastian's #1 home map. That was the second pick versus the last pick. So once again, big draft prioritization disparity. And looks like we're going to Pantanal next. Good old Pantaloons. I assume Huns were banned. Yes, they were, as they should always be. I don't think I have ever seen Huns lose on Pantanal. All right, 25 seconds. Oh, Keanan, thank you so much for the sub, 35 months. Do either of these guys ever do the phosphor builds? The thing with any phosphor build is it's very situational. You need a map that you can defend in very early game, and most of these maps don't really allow that. All right, guys, here we are, Pantanal, game number 3. We are all tied up. We will have Sebastian in the blue as the Tupi here to the south. And Nikov going to be in the red as the Lithuanians here to the west, so still pretty close rush distance. I'll be very interested as to what Sebastian's plan is here, because it better not be for FC into the Blackwood Archers. That feels like it would be very underwhelming. Tupi likely have a lot of very efficient armies and like some sort of combination of pikemen plus whatever. That's going to be just efficient into all the Lithuanian like cav and skirmishers up until you get to a bunch of get into a bunch of the late chai. But yes. The rush distance should be way too short. Your villagers should be way too exposed. Blackwood ROP, I mean, they're probably slightly overtuned, but they're still very much hard countered by siege weapons and skirmishers. Again, Blackwood Archers are probably slightly overtuned, but Tupi are not. Big Pony? No, I actually don't think they're a one-trick pony. I think people play them as a one-trick pony. Yeah, I think if you slow down the train time a little bit for the non-elite versions especially, I think like the unit's perfectly fine. Yes, there is a big difference though between a civ that is a one-trick pony versus one that people only perceive as a one-trick pony. Swarming your opponent with a bunch of cheap and efficient 2P units actually works very well in a lot of situations. Those units are far harder to deal with. But even then, Spanish themselves are not overpowered, and Mongols are overpowered in my opinion, but that's mostly because of Steppe Lancers and not because of Mangudai. If anything, there are so many other strong late game civs right now that Mangudai are, by comparison, less OP than they used to be. I mean, they were nerfed over time, right? But, like, other civs can do that better. Like, Magyar Cav Archers, like, I actually had a game on Arena that was Magyars versus Mongols, and I just went Magyar Heavy Cav Archers and Magyar Hussars, and it crushed Mongols. And it beat Mangudai Hussar. Mangudai are still insane. I wouldn't go that far to say Mangudai are power crept, but they are now, instead of a one-of-one unit, they are one of many good late-game units. Yep. Same with Conquistadors. They're both still S-tier unique units, but they aren't the only S-tier unique units. Anyway, Nikov up on 17 pop. I have a very strong feeling that Sebastian is still going to try and go for the Blackwood Archer rush. Which feels like it should be too hard to do on a map this aggressive, but we will have to see. Eric's coming in here for Nikov, so we'll have to see what his plan is going to be with the Lithuanians. Honestly, the only unique unit that is probably still just completely one-of-one that is so much better than anything else in its category is the Latus. Latus plus Relics is just the best cavalry unit in the game by what feels like a fairly substantial margin. Stable coming in for Nikov, so he is just going to be opening scouts. And you can still apply pressure around the edges of your opponent's base, right? Because you have a lot of villagers who are quite exposed. FC Bolas, why do I have the feeling that Viper did just fine in that situation? Like I said, I don't think I've ever seen FC work well on this map, unless both players went to FC. Still, remember that 2P can garrison inside the settlements. To Gurchin, they definitely do not die to Gurchin Steppe Lancers. I mean, Gurchin Steppe Lancers are good. They're not, like, insane, though. Anyway, Scout Cavalry is here. Oh, gonna try and block. Bolas, it's apples to oranges. Bolas Riders are basically Cav Archers that don't require as many upgrades. They're slightly better against mounted units and slightly worse against anything else. Defensive watchtower incoming. At least you're on another stone mine as Sebastian. And to be fair, you're gonna make your way up to Castle Age. Stand ground Steppe Lancers? Well, that's just abusing the stand ground patrol aspect of the game. If you don't stand ground micro, which is just broken inherently, then Steppe Lancers die horribly. Like, if you just regular patrol in, then the Steppe Lancers will get wrecked. That's more of just a, Not abusing? Well, it's just not how AoE works. Except on this, like, one specific patch with how pathfinding is. Not like stand ground patrol was literally always a thing. Not like it's not like a core game design. Anyway, Sebastian's gonna try and be annoying here. Oh, it's a trap! It's a trap! Admiral Akbar warned us, but we did not listen. Alright guys, Sebastian's getting closer and closer here to castle. Like I said, I have never seen the fast castle beat the not fast castle on this map before, but usually there's towers as a part of it. And this particular build from Nikov did not have the towers. Like, remember in the last series when Villese applied a ton of pressure with his archers and towers? That felt way stronger. This just feels like you're kind of playing Arabia style, but, you know, on Pantanal. And the castle build come in. That said, Sebastian is not in a great spot. Also, just... you don't have fletching, nor do you have the resources for fletching. In the queue? You would think so, but stand ground patrol is actually extremely dumb. I mean, he is, but it's just a matter of reaction speed. Anyway, Blackwood archers are being trained. Fletching is on the way. Remember, though, that if you have +1 defense on your skirmishers, they still only take 1 damage from the Blackwood archers. And you have the faster movement speed as the skirmish, or with your skirmishers, which is very helpful, although the Blackwood archers are still... actually, no, they should have the same movement speed. Now that oh, no, sorry. Slightly faster for the Blackwood archers. Not by much, though. Castle Age on the way for Nikov. Mangonel on the way. Resources obviously going to favor... Nikov? Guys? You know, sometimes you have those holes that are like, how on earth is there a hole? And sometimes you're like, am I insane, guy? What the heck? What? There is no way. I refuse to believe that this is not open. What? What? That's not how AoE works! Alright, I'm checking in-game. No, in-game! It's still totally open. Ah, there we go! Overnight Storm. See you guys? Freaking chat gaslighting me. Alright. Nikov also not on any food income at the moment. Fletching just now coming in here for red. E-Skirm's gonna be a big one, of course. Siege Workshop, you need to get Elite Skirmisher as well. But of course, if you don't have any food income, it's hard to make skirmishers. So it's a tricky spot right now for both players. Good micro from Nikov. Blackwood Archer's gonna try and loop around the side once again. And you're still just missing upgrades. Like, Nikov can click the Elite Skirmisher button. He's just not doing so. Scouts are kind of on the side as well. Oh, we're good here. Nikov screwing up there. Uh-oh, the wheels on the bus are falling off. Falling off. Falling off. The wheels on the bus are falling off all day long. Again, these Blackwood Archers only have fletching, but Nikov really is struggling here. All those guys get cleaned up. Shut up, Flamingo! That isn't a winning play, Nikov, and he immediately taps out. Oh my goodness. I mean, that wasn't very well dealt with at all by Nikov, to be honest. He had no food income. I don't like the feudal age pressure. That was just a few scouts and archers. Especially when it was very clear what his opponent was doing. He needed a tower. He needed to be going forward, basically. And Nikov just had nothing behind it. They don't deal poison damage until post-Imperial Age. Just regular old Blackwoods. And now Sebastian up 2-1. Like, Nikov had no reason to ever be behind in food income that game. Definitely a misplay. But, I mean, to be fair, I think dealing with the Blackwood Archer stuff is harder than it is to execute. So, it's at least somewhat understandable. Oh, whoops. No. That. Now Sebastian, one game away from knocking out Nikov. That was Nikov's #1 home map, too. That felt a little weird. No, the cam isn't working for some reason. No idea why. Head-to-head with Sebastian is crazy. I have no idea what their head-to-head is. I remember they played in TTL, and it was a 2-1 victory for Sebastian. Oh yeah, no, the 2P are fantastic on that map, for sure. Alright, let's see what's next. It is either going to be Lensois Maraniensis or Monte Pascol, so both Fishy Fish Glub Glub maps. Nikov does probably still have the better civs. It's likely going to be Armenians on Lensois Maraniensis, or Armenians on Monte Pascol, and Romans on Lensois Maraniensis for Sebastian. Whereas Nikov is going to have Bengalis and Wu. We pick one on one map and one on the other between Lensois Maraniensis and Monte Pascol. I'd probably go Bengalis on Monte Pascol and Wu on Lensois Maraniensis, but that's just me. And looks like Monte Pascol will be next. Yes, they're all places in Brazil. Which I would love to go to, by the way, as a caster. Just throwing that out there. Would love to cast the event. All right, 1 minute. Blackwood Archers, I'd do it. I'd do it. Alrighty. Here we are. It is Monte Pascol. And already we have the divergence. Sebastian going to be in the blue as the Armenians to the west, one game away from knocking out Nikov and moving on to the final round. Meanwhile, Nikov himself, tournament life on the line, at least for this qualifier. Both of these players, as Latin American players, can participate in all 3 qualifiers. Urukai will rock you. I feel like I have. Alright guys, so which is better? TCing right away on this dinky little island, or TCing later on the mainland where you have much easier access to gold and also food? Personally, I think it's just TCing right away to get as many villagers as possible, especially since you start with the transport ship. But clearly, the players themselves are divided on this, which makes it fun, because you don't want to see players do the exact same thing. But we already have a fishing ship coming in for both.
Hey.
On the Civ. I don't think it makes a difference with either of these 2 Civs. Got the mule cart there, mule carting it up. And Sebastian's is going to have a very early resources lead. And then you can just transport bills over, you know? That said, like, if the game isn't effectively over by Castle Age, then it becomes a big issue just to transport the vills across constantly. It makes your eco very inefficient, which can be an issue. We have seen that on this map. But that's only if the game isn't already over by Castle Age, which I feel like it usually is. This still plays out like a very aggressive water map. A whale sound? Yeah. I mean, there are whales here. Alright, you have 3 fishing ships, 15 vills versus 13 vills and 2 fishing ships.
Hi.
Much easier? I mean, if anything, wouldn't that mean that it's easier to go to the mainland because the mule carts can just have like a few vills here and have it follow all the wood lines like that? I feel like anything, that would be a point in the other direction. Bengalis have a good navy. They have an excellent navy. They are a naval civilization. So are Armenians. Both of these civs are very good. Anyway, the transport is here. Oh, we're already on 2 docks, though, as Nikov. So, gonna be doing that to try and catch up in the fishing ship numbers. Again, I'm sure there are pros and cons to going for both the mainland or on the starting island, but we'll have to see which is better. On the main, I mean, you can still just transport them over. I mean, it doesn't really change any of the dynamics. Is he trying to bait the TC fire there? What? What's Nikov doing, man? Remember, your transport ships are made of paper mache these days. Oh, look at this. Doc coming forward here from Sebastian. Gonna give him good forward presence on the map and also much easier access to more fish and whaling. Oh, could have garrisoned the fish there. I mean, sniping the transport ship is so huge on this map. You don't really want to ever have to make another one. But yeah, guys, I am very curious to see if this can work out for Nikov, because if I play this map, and the one time I did play this map against T-West, I played basically exactly like Sebastian here. He's opening fire ships. And he's gonna be doing a ton of damage. Armenian double bit axe coming in as well. I just don't see how this is good. On dock, yeah, but you can add fish behind it, so it's fine. Loom is coming in. The beached whales are just a very sad dead whale to remind us of how sad dead whales look. The whales in the water, though, you can harvest gold from. Gotta be careful. Of course, you can garrison the docks. Fishing ship's just going to be brought over here to the north, and Nikov is on his way up, but it feels like, especially with his fishing eco so heavily disrupted, he's going to struggle to get to a fast castle. You've got some galleys coming in as well. Like, it just feels like Sebastian has an enormous lead, and Nikov is just going to die. Much like Yodai. Also, because docks have no base melee armor in the Dark Age, they get obliterated by fire ships. Oh my goodness, look at that, guys. No way of keeping that dock alive in Dark Age. You need to wait to Feudal Age to get the 1 melee armor. Difference between 3 and 2 damage. Is a choice. I'm sorry, guys. I don't see how this is remotely good. Also, unless I'm missing it somewhere, there is no mill for Nikov, so he's going to need to build a panic mill. Oh my goodness, he's not even going fast. Okay, guys, I don't get this. That dock isn't happening, and fires are so fast at destroying buildings right now. Like, look at this.
Hey.
It's 14-1 army. Oh, look. Sebastian even landing villagers over here. Oh, my goodness. Well, I was curious to see if there was anything useful Nikov could do with this opening, but it just doesn't feel very good at all. Nikov is nowhere near Castle Age. He has no food income. He's lost, what, 2-3 docks at this point? Well, you don't want to run the Vills right into the Hulks. That would be rather silly of you. It's 4-18 military! Like, come on! This map can be fun if it's not decided by who wins water in the first few minutes, but I feel like most of the time this map is decided by who wins water in the first few minutes. Okay, that dock is in. Why did you eject the fishing ships? I mean, it's still 5-18 military. The dock is getting obliterated. Like full-on Exodia obliterate. Fishing ships are ejected there. Oh, jeez, guys. Yes, it can. What are you talking about? Nikov has invested a ton into his own navy. It's not going anywhere, and Sebastian has 8 fishing ships behind that are working freely. Nikov trying to add in even more docks. I mean, eventually, of course, you're going to run out of resources here, but you're going to need to transport over, and that's something that Sebastian's going to need to do, but, I mean, he's doing that. But unless, like, you can stop your opponent from doing anything on the mainland, which I don't see how that's a thing, it seems pretty straightforward. Sebastian has the eco lead right now. Five fire ships queued up at 2 docks. As, I mean, these docks are just going down way faster than Nikov can replace them, and, you know, Sebastian hasn't had to make any extra docks. There's his Lewis. Oh, that'd be a good set to jump into after this one. Market coming on in. That was honestly very unimpressive. I just don't see how Nikov's strategy is very good. He's over 3 minutes slower to feudal age and went for his navy when he was already so far behind. But well done to Sebastian. He gets the win, and he will move on to the next round. Final round, in fact. Not really any good series to cast right now that aren't already being covered. I'm gonna check to see if there's anything else interesting. Satau, Vinch, and Louis Dogao are both very good, but they're both being cast. I don't think any of the other ones are very compelling. Is Tato Dragonstar over? Well, Dragonstar's playing Ozone. Alright, let's watch Dogao versus Lewis. Sebastian won. Nikov won the first game, and Sebastian swept the rest. Winning every single game in Feudal Age. Well, I guess he went fast castle, but, you know, winning it very, very fast. All right. Classic historical matchup here. We'll have Lewis in the red as the Goths to the north of Aracarias. And to the south, in the blue, as the Romans. The Romans. The Ramones. It will be Dogao. Both players up at a similar time. Lewis did get a villager kill somewhere, though. And Dogao probably going to start making infantry. Now, this should be a very, very good matchup for Romans. Goths do not like facing Romans, and that is for sure. Dogao does get the kill there, but Lewis still is a villager ahead. Nobody has a dock yet. And you are really going to need to outproduce the Romans player as the Goths, because the quality of the Romans player is going to be much, much higher, and their eco will be better over time as well. That said, there's a lot of hunt on the map, and that's going to be very good for the Goths. And Lewis already has the kill, so there are certainly some things going for him. Also, what is this winding road? Like, goes all the way around town. Alright, Ville's coming forth. And it's being missed. Okay, well, that's not going to be missed. I'll say that much. Driving the villagers away for now, though, is Dogao. He's getting his own men-at-arms upgrade. It's going to be like 20 seconds slower. Anything he can do to delay his opponent, though. Blacksmith coming in for Dogao as well. Of course, until that armor upgrade comes in, you don't have an advantage with your men-at-arms as the Romans. Whole road, yeah, it's true, but all roads also lead to Gothenburg as well. Blacksmith coming in here for Daniel Day-Lewis. Archery range as well for Dogao. Gonna go ahead and pick up Scale Mail, I'm sure, immediately. Indeed he is. Nah, we already have archery ranges from both. But yeah, Lewis still has the timing and the momentum. And yet, no more infantry are being made by Dogao.
Salve. Tibi Salve.
All right, here we go.
Tibi Servio.
Isn't that like all uphill for Dogao? Little hard to tell, but still, you have the big advantage.
Impera. Tibi Servio.
Fletching is in.
Salve.
It's the snipe there. And yet... Oh, Dogao's still not making any more swordsmen. I'm really surprised that he's not. And there's another range.
Salve.
Well, lots of trading back and forth here. DBA coming in here for Dogao. It's already in here for Lewis. Still gathering resources quite freely. And he just has the numbers advantage right now. Skirms are coming in for Dogao, but he only has the +1 infantry defense, which at this point really has not paid for itself at all. Although he is now making more infantry. But yeah, without your own blacksmith upgrades, this isn't really going to work out at all for Dogao. And the Villese being idle right now instead of finishing the wall, that's not what you want to be doing. And now it's going to be Skirms coming back in for Lewis. And still no fishing ships for either player. Oh, this could be rough for Dogao. Do you think if Dogao has some dumplings, he becomes Dobao? I think he does. Alright, good quick wells there. More idle time, though, for Blue. I mean, this is a very tricky defense to try and make work. Had no upgrades there on the skirmishers. Oh, and there's the second villager kill here from Lewis. Well, gets the kill there.
Salve.
Coming to sack Rome. They're trying. But yeah, I mean, it's really just the lack of fletching right now. The guy might be dead. Needs food. He's slightly ahead in food collected, but he needs to be way further ahead. Still, this is a better fight for Dogao. This is what you're looking for here. All the archers have gone down. KD is even, although, of course, Lewis is 5 more villagers at this point. Now he's coming in with a market. A rating. I know. It's true. Now it's all archers here for Lewis. Oh, that's a low HP bill. That's going to go down. Nice spot there for Lewis. And Lewis himself is very safe at home. Like, none of his eco is exposed except these villagers. That's where his army is. And he's going to click up to Castle Age. Wow, great turnaround there. But he does have the big eco lead, so I guess you can do that. And now it's just going to be all archers from him.
Salve.
Ja.
All right, Skirm's coming on back.
Impera. Tibi Servio. Salve. Tibi Servio. Impera.
Well, you could say that Lewis kind of threw away all those units. Little bit of an overcommit there for sure. The double stable knights should still do the trick, though. Again, 600 resources ahead. Going to be an entire Castle Age research time ahead. Zone Eco is completely safe. Dogao's army is basically useless right now. Should be fine still. Tomorrow should be some really good sets, by the way. Look forward to casting them. We'll see if maybe T-West wants to do some co-casting. Because wait, it's not 5 best of 7s tomorrow, is it? That would be absurd.
Tibi Servio.
That would be absurd.
Salve.
All right.
Impera.
Well, he is getting some value. Versus Siscon? Yeah. Oh, wow. I didn't see how those units got in, but hey, they did come in. Oh, and Dogao's going for knights, but he's just behind in knights. Why? It should be a very one-sided set.
Tibi Servio.
I really don't see how this is ever going to work for Dogao. Knights are just going to walk on in and kill him. Larry fan? That's not a good enough reason, though. You should be an everybody fan.
Impera. Salve.
Bloodline's coming in. But again, it's like you're not doing anything better than your opponent right now as Dogao.
Prontus.
Just much smaller walls here from Lewis. Bloodline's now in. I mean, again, there's nothing going for Dogao right now. Spearman probably got a few extra pokes he probably shouldn't have, but it's probably not a big deal. 2 TCs to 1. 47 to 41 villagers. Resources ahead. Relics ahead. Random forward outposts ahead. Still not walling in. And the houses, I mean, the houses, I guess, are going to be there in time. But you had to do something, man, Dogao. Interesting version of Haboob? A bit, yeah. I mean, it's very Haboob-esque. Although, Haboob is easier to wall towards your TC. This is easy, you have to wall to the back of the map. I mean, yeah, like, that's a good trap, and it will be... probably can't. Oh, nope, he does save that knight. It's 6 knights to 1, but some defensive monks should be totally fine, and Lewis has 4 relics. Unless Dogao can really get some damage done, but I don't really see how he does that.
Salve.
Dogao's stopping his knight production. I guess his eco upgrades are going to be a bit better, but... I'm not sold, guys. Okay, there's a third TC. Mostly play out. It's a very aggressive map. It's really about how do you balance the fact that the map is inherently super aggressive with the fact that you want to fish boom. Because if you have a fish boom and your opponent doesn't have a fish boom, it's almost always game over. There's also extra boars and stuff on the side. That is the worst decision you could make there. Yep, that is exactly what was going to happen every single time. If anything, it's surprising that it didn't happen sooner. Versus Goths? Yeah, but no civ advantage is so great that it overcomes this big of a discrepancy. Yeah, especially 4 relics to 0, forward castle coming in, and this should be Lewis taking game 2. Alright, castle incoming. No, I mean, Dogao took a ton of ill losses. He knows he's behind. Anyway, this should be it. No, I say it should be it, because it's not it, apparently. But it still should be it, you know? Well, maybe Dogao's gonna try and go for a fast in? Okay, there we go. Dogao just fell way too far behind early on. Lewis did a great job with his archers getting damage done, and he will tie up the series to 1-1. Yeah, this was rough. Anyway, well done, Lewis. It's a rough civ matchup, but he knew his advantages and he took them. Satau is actually up 2-0 over Vinchester. Although he is playing Britain, so, eh. Andy's up 2-1 over Dark, so Dark did take a game. Stone Please and Doubt are all tied up. For everyone, I do like me my sexy Vexy from Borderlands 4. Alright, Fernando de Noronha is next. All right, we'll see what they are going to go for. I don't have the drafts pulled up because I didn't see game number 1, but we'll have to see here in just a moment what these guys are going to go for. Wait, one sec. Alrighty. Game number 3. And Fernando de Noronha will have dug out in the blue as the Armenians to the north and to the south in the rouge. As the Italians, it will be Lewis. Tied things up after the last game, but this is a water map. It is going to be where Dogao feels most comfortable, I'm sure. Always been very good at these. Let's see how this one will go. Both civs are super good. Don't think there's going to be any significant advantage there. Yeah, just good stuff. Sneak a barracks on the other player's island? We could see that, and we do see a lot of landings be very, very common on water maps. What's my favorite Ninja Turtle? Donatello. Easy. In part because in the original Ninja Turtles video game, he had a little bit extra range because he smacked people around with his bow staff. Besides, he's the nerd. Alright, fishing ships here for each player. Still, nothing to sort of to diverge here in the early game. Shut up, Flamingo. Frickin' Don Quixote do Flamingo. So, yeah, nothing really to talk about so far. Both are fishing away. Back in dock. Back in dock. And it really does seem like these days people really aren't trying to go for a galley rush anymore. Just doesn't seem worth it. I mean, more fishing ships coming in. You're on 23 vills and counting as Doga has a little bit of idle time. Lewis is doing fine, though. And there's dock number 3. I mean, 3 docks in Dark Age on a map that is very similar to Islands is pretty wild to me. But that is the meta now with the fishing ship garrisons. I like the house wall here as well from Dogao, actually. Help protect the front of your base. Remember, you don't have much gold or stone on your island. You only have 4 tiles of stone and 8 tiles of gold. I think it's 4 tiles of stone. Yeah, 4 tiles of stone. Feudal Age is on the way up here for Dogao. Not yet for Lewis. I mean, Lewis is definitely going fast castle. Dogao's probably still should be able to sneak his way up, though. Interesting that he didn't push in the deer, though. But you need the mill anyway to build a market. No mill yet for Lewis, but he'll probably end up building one. I mean, you're not clicking up on 40 population and not going for a fast castle. And no more bills on food, actually. So clearly this is a premeditated build. Yep, just having the fishing ships on food. And, you know, the dock villager. There's the market. Are you gonna have enough food, actually? Treaty time? Yeah, basically. Okay, there's the blacksmith. So this isn't actually a perfect FC here from Dogao. There's the market and there's the blacksmith. But Lewis does have more food. I mean, he did click up a little bit later. See, just a little bit more. Dogao is selling stone, though. Interesting. So no eco added in. So it's going to be your 15 fishing ships, and now it is fire time. Foya, foya! Lewis's build is actually also not perfect because he could have clicked up sooner. He's Italian, so he has the resources to do so. Fishing lines coming in. I'm sure double bit axe will be in just afterwards. Same deal here for Lewis. And there indeed is DBA. But if you're playing Armenians and you're going fire ships, you're not leveraging the galley bonus, which is something to consider. Italians have no direct naval bonus, so they can basically go whatever. Their advantage is in their timings. I guess there never was a Brazilian dynasty command added. LOL! Well, let's blame Fodler for that.
Yes, Master.
One, two, three, 4 docks. 1, 2, 3, 4 docks. Leching will be in here for Dogao. Something really important to consider is going to be how quickly they get the university. It's something that Nikov did really well in the last series. And yet, no one's going to be able to afford it right away. It's still way too expensive on the wood cost. Now galleys are coming in. 9 fire ships, though, versus 3, as it's just now with galley production starting. And all right, medium warships and Bodkin on the way. Going for a little bit of a counterattack with those fire ships, but Lewis is there to deflect them as needed. Things are still very even between these two players. And this is actually going to be Hulk production. I don't think I like that, but to be honest, you don't have many galleys. Like we were talking about in the last series, it really felt like 10 or so galleys to snipe Hulks, and then the rest be fire ships feels like probably the optimal composition. Now, Mr. LOS Migdog with a few of each flavor. 4 galleys in. No Bodkin, though. Uh-oh. Fishing ships are going to try and jump in to give you a little bit more space. But, okay, so Lewis is going for clinker construction. And, ooh, look at that. Dogao does get 7 eco unit kills. Interesting. And Dogao is going for Hulks, but honestly, it is kind of working out because his opponent has so few galleys. So compositionally, I think Lewis might be misplaying this slightly. Still, clinker construction is very good. It's now coming in for Dogao as well. Yeah, Hera's invited, so he doesn't have to qualify, and Hart is choosing not to participate in this one. I don't know why, but that is what he is choosing to do. Anyway, careening coming in for Dogao as well. That will help against the galleys, although it doesn't really help you at all against the fire ships or hulks. 7 fishing ships to 15, though. Well, probably soon to be 14. Dip that little guy. Yeah, careening's going to be big in keeping the war hulks alive a little bit longer versus the war galleys. Yeah, Hera's the only invited player. Why would Hera be invited? I don't know the exact reasoning behind it, but he's invited. And if you were to invite only one player, well, it better be Hera. Yeah, it seems like the meta is definitely settling much more into this, like, fast castle 1TC full water play on this map. Osaw just now in for Dogao, though. It's been in for a little bit for Lewis. Hello, Easy Doug. But this is what we saw from Sebastian really well in the last set, is the fire ships to take down the docks effectively. But Lewis is here just in time. Is this good enough, guys? Galleys trying to shoot down the other galleys. In the world? Oh, I mean, that's true, but that's not usually just like the immediate rationale. Villese coming in here for the galleys of Dogao, but he is simply falling behind in the naval numbers. His eco is way better. This is just a matter of production. Again, like, I get that, but that's just not usually, like, the official justification used for anything. Italians are fantastic. You have so many university upgrades that you can get for cheap, on top of all the other reasons that you've always played Italians, so I like them a lot. 1 vill on food right now for Lewis. You don't want to have any of your actual villagers gathering food, because food isn't what you need to make ships. But because you've lost so many fishing ships in the process, it's going to be impossible to sustain vill production to get more villagers, so it's really a tricky situation. Whereas Dogao can keep expanding his eco, and is. And this Dogao guy's pretty good on water. Lewis still has the numbers advantage, though, and then that is Lewis's macro really shining. Dogao is adding a second TC. Oh my goodness gracious mercy me. Well, that will further stretch his eco advantage, but he already has an eco advantage. There absolutely was a time where Dogao was top 3 on water. Need to get Dogao, Fire, and Cab back. It's one thing to build a university on, like, opposite sides of your base because you forget about one, but right next to each other? Anyway, like I said, fires are so freaking good against buildings right now. And I don't know, guys, I actually think that the naval rework is doing a good job in terms of, like, the new water triangle. I do think that docks are too good defensively still, but... I mean, honestly, guys, I really think that this all works so much better than the water rework does on hybrid maps. I think it's just such a huge difference. Anyway, now that Dogao's military has caught up, the eco should be enough to carry him to victory. Is Fire in and fighting? 3 HP. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to flank the war galleys with his fire ships, because the fire ships destroy the war galleys very, very quickly. Whereas they don't destroy other fire ships very quickly. It's a much slower fight. So you want to reduce the amount of damage incoming as quickly as possible, right? So you want to focus down the lowest HP, or I guess easiest to destroy units first. It's the same reason you focus down archers in a fight, right? To drive research progress? Yes. Anyway, this game is looking super over. Dogao, still a very good water player, even with a completely new water balance. And that, guys, will bring Dogao to 1 game away from knocking out Lewis. I will say, it feels like, you know, if there's any event that Dogao really should qualify for, it's the one in his own country. And Dogao will take the GG. I mean, just ahead in everything. And it was just that really, really good early castle age from Dogao, sniping the fishing ships by just sending like 1 or 2 fires around, and then also getting your eco going behind it, just keeping with the villager production. It was a great way for Dogao to build an advantage over time, despite being slightly behind in warship numbers. Yes. Although, you have 2 to 3 qualifiers that you can play in. Latin American players can play in all 3, whereas non-Latin American players can play in this one and the next one. All right, Serra de Caraja is next. Oh yeah, Stoneflea's up 2 to 1 over Doubt. Let's see what they're gonna go for. Outstone, please. Well, this series is also gonna be on match point. I mean, people are covering both of them, so it doesn't really matter what we choose. All right, guys, 70 seconds, and we will get into Sera de Karaja. Yes, I believe so, Saps. All right. Let us see. Let us see. Game number 4. One game away from elimination. It will be Lewis as the red Camar here to the northwest of the map. And to the south, in the blue, as the Vietnamese, it will be Dogao. Another Rise of the Rajas matchup. Two of the very best civs in the game for sure. On a nice and aggressive open map. Frickin' condors. Condors and flamingos are too much for me, man. Don't you need a house? Okay, there we go. Yes, so I see. Well, is Doubt still a top 12 player? Would Doubt be expected to qualify for this event? I don't know. You would still expect him to be better than Stone, please, for sure. Oh, he'd be running into Viper. Oh, Doubt needs to beat Stone, please, just so that you can have the Doubt versus Viper matchup. I don't actually think it would be very close. I think Viper would win quite handily, but still. The Grandpa Rumble. All right, just going over to wood, just going over to wood. 2 villagers only on wood here for Lewis, so certainly could be for a very fast uptime. That is 18 pop, no loom. Very, very quick opening. Dogao going to go 19 pop with loom. And Camar do have that speed advantage. Oh, look at that deer. The truculent deer. double lumber camp from Dogao. His eco should be better in the medium run, but this is still going to be really fast from Lewis. Able to push in so many huntables. And of course, barely spending any wood. You can see he's already going to start to wall in those villas at the back as well, so very nice early build from Lewis. Wait a minute, Dogao doesn't have a barracks. Huh? Yeah, he needs to build one pronto status. Okay, 2 villas sending over there. Yep, just a quick scout build here from Lewis. He is able to afford double bit axe too, so, I mean, he's got everything he needs. Alright, just in the nick of time, and what's it gonna be, Dogao? Is it gonna be an archery range or a stable? It's gonna be a stable, chat! Oh my god, it's gonna be a stable! Whoa! Hype! Oh my goodness, Dogao's going for a scouts opening! You like my hype casting? I hope you enjoyed that. Anyway, you will have the spearman advantage in this scout war for Dogao, and that is certainly always something to keep in mind with Camar. It does make their scout wars really interesting, having all of those early wood savings with your not needing to build a barracks, but then not having the spearman when you need them. Very big fan of the Camar bonus. In general, I actually love the design of Camar. I just think that they have too good of a tech tree. Quick walls are good. The thing is, though, with the spearmen is that they're generally much better once you're fully walled. And it's very difficult to fully wall this map. You can, and we've certainly seen people do it. But it's still tough. Res collected also still looking quite solid for Lewis. He is going to need to get some food income very soon, though, because, well, the sheepers, or rather the capybara-ers, are about to run out. Oh, nice snipe there from Lewis. Well done. Streamer has been committed. Yeah, I don't blame anyone for that. Archer on the way. But yeah, this is what you need to do if you are intending on playing scouts as Camar. You either need to be fully walled, or you need to be switch to archers early to deal with the spearmen. This is still very, very good for Lewis, though. He just has all the initiative in the game right now. He's not walled really at all. He hasn't had to spend any resources doing so, any villager time. It's all been a hyper-efficient economy. Whereas Dogao's really struggling right now, trying to get himself set up defensively. But right now, it's just going to be an army issue as well, where the archers are going to cross the map. They're going to easily dispatch the spearmen, even without fletching. And what's Dogao going to do? It's going to be really, really bad for him. Scout numbers aren't super impressive either for Dogao, but this is why Camar are so freaking good. Vietnamese will probably be a little bit better over the course of a game, but right now, very, very impressive for Lewis leveraging that early strength of the Camar. Do have to be careful with the TC fire, of course. Ooh, nice job there maneuvering from Dogao. That's exactly what you need to see. And that is going to be a snipe on both of the archers. The spearman is here. That was perfect. Wow. Can we just take a moment to appreciate some really good AoE that just happened right there? Oh, don't do that, Dogao. Scouts pulling just a few tiles too far to the right, take some damage to the TC. The archers are then left exposed. You just run right back, you snipe the archers with your scooter bugs, and then the spearmen can come in for mop-up duty. Lewis? No, I think that was good play from... That was more good play from Dogao. The margin of error was extremely small there. Otherwise, you would have just still lost everything. Besides, people like to focus too much on mistakes and not what people do well. AoE is a really hard game. And I think the assumption that everybody's playing perfectly and then getting annoyed when people don't play perfectly is not really conducive to a healthy community or a very good cast. Oh, that's a screw up from Lewis, though. Oh my goodness, that's not what you want. That is not at all what you want. And now Dogo has a good number of scouts. The quick balls are sufficient, but that's a little bit ugly. That said, macro, very good from Lewis. He has the villager kill and far less idle TC time. He's getting fletching. Make a mistake. Well, that's my job, honestly. Elkuti. It's my job to know enough about AoE to be able to convey when something is done well versus when something is done poorly, or is very often the case both. Like, most comebacks don't happen unless both the player ahead is playing poorly, or suboptimally, shall we say, and the player behind is playing perfectly. Gotta have some reason to keep casters around, right? Anyway, more scouts here from Dogao. He's just now picking up the blacksmith, though. Love getting wheelbarrow nice and early as Vietnamese, though, but you're not full walled, and look at this Lewis! Lewis is gonna channel his inner rodent and go for it! Oh, and Dogao had to delete some farms to try and make that happen. That's an even further waste. Oh, man. Only one additional villager died, but that's a lot of idle time. That farmer should get sniped. Or not. What do I know, man? But yeah, there is a good reason why you full wall there. And that's exactly what Lewis is doing, and why Dogao should have done that as well. That said, Dogao will have far more space to play with. Needs to get his vills all sorted, though, and Lewis is going to click up to Castle Age. Again, his eco-efficiency, huge advantage over Dogao, even if the fights haven't been very good. Classic macro over micro situation. Way ahead in resources. Wait, that's not going to work, Dogao. What are you doing, homie? Condors! Frickin' condors! Anyway, Dogao does have good eco upgrades, so that is something he's got going for him at the very least, but Lewis is going to be fully walled. He can take this Castle Age transition really in any direction he wants. Did the scouts all die? Yes, they did. Oh, nope, they're still there. If he wants to go archers, that's perfectly fine, but you will want a second archery range for that. And it's going to be around half a Castle Age advantage for our red player, which is certainly significant, although not likely immediately game-winning. Did Dogao lose the second villager? No, the second vill was earlier. He's making a run for it! Gold mining upgrade actually in here for both players. And I'm still a little confused as to what Lewis is doing. He's got 6 archers queued up at 1 archery range. I'm really a little confused. Okay, I like sending the 1 scout to, well, scout when it's on low HP. Hold on, Dogao. Hold on, is this auto scout? I don't know, Chad. It's like telling if something is AI. We know Auto Scout likes to go to the right corner of the map. Odd Croissant coming in for Lewis, by the way. I don't know. Alright, archery range coming in. But, oh, that's a mistake from Dogao. Oh, that hurts. Loses a bill there. The right-leaning AI. It's crazy. It's crazy. Is it crazy because the games are crazy, or is it crazy because it's Doubt and Doubt's doing Doubt things? Siege Workshop has to come in immediately here as Dogao's going to switch to Cav Archers. out things? That's what I thought. How hype would it be if the player was not named Doubt who was playing? If it was like Stone Please versus Dogao? How then would the hype levels be? Anyway, Dogao feels super dead right now. Able to cross the map well enough with his archers, and this is just all about the crossbowman timing. I mean, that's a good hit, but you need more than a good hit right now. You need, dare I say, a fine hit. Anyway, Lewis is hamstering his way to victory super hard right now. Doing over hours? I haven't even been live for 5 hours. Anyway, well done here from Lewis. All about that Castle Age timing advantage. He took the poor fights in Feudal Age, but it didn't matter because his defense at home was very good. He had that Castle Age timing advantage, and it's just not really feasible to defend yourself in early Castle Age from a timing attack like this. Twitch at night? Well, it's not my fault. It's just when stuff happens to end. Although I probably will get off after this series. Oh, geez, my viewership is tanked. We lost like half our viewers, man, ever since I started this series. Anyway, that game was super over, and Dogao simply not able to defend as effectively as he needed to. He went with the bigger walls. That has its own weaknesses, and that was a decisive victory for Lewis. Of course, that Castle Age timing advantage was so huge. Dogao's not going to Brazil yet. All right. Is Amazonia the final map? Visa issues for Dogao. You need a visa to travel from one, whatever they... Is it a province? Is Doubt about to be out like a trout? What? No, he's not. Doubt's 2,000 score ahead of Stone Please right now. What? How on earth is he about to be out? And he's an age ahead? Read the map? Water score? But he's an imp. That's switching over to archers, which he absolutely should be doing. I don't know. That looks good to me. He's got 35 fishing ships. That's looking fine, fine, fine. Unlike me, who's apparently not looking like anything because my webcam isn't working. No game. I was just hoping to mem stream quickly. We're casting Lewis Dogao. Because it's 2-2. Go into the distance. Shanty, no. I'm ready for the game to start, man. But the gold will get you going a long time. Okay, here we go. They started finally. Well, Doubt's also more handsome than others. Have you factored that in as well? I didn't think so. Alrighty, guys, a minute, 10 seconds, and we will be getting into the final game of the day. At least for me. Alright, guys, here we go. Last game of the day. I need to alt-tab myself. Here we are. It will be on Amazonia. And it will feature Dogao in the blue as the Italians to the northeast and Lewis in the red as the Spanish to the southwest. Definitely a map that has not been figured out yet. How much do you vie for control of water? How much do you vie for control of each side of the land? It's a tough map to play, for sure. Also, there's going to be an awkward time when you're trying to send a bunch of villagers from your starting island over to one or both of the sides. So let's see what these guys have in store for us. Wood, Ed looked like he had wood. All right, Doc coming forward, and I'm sure we'll see something similar here. Well, just grabbing some capybaras right now. Remember, there are a lot of capybaras on this map. It's like Capybara City, man. And you also have to take in your javelinas from the sides as well. Also a little annoying. Mem is casting Doubt. Have no doubt that Mem is casting Doubt. To be fair, Mem always goes for the most popular players. Alright, so both players are fishing, but Dogao is a little bit faster. Obviously, both of these civs are perfectly fine. I tend to like Italians a little bit more, but, you know, conks can always conk it up. Is a hype... I don't think being a hype caster has anything to do with it. I think you go for the most popular people because they bring in the most viewership. Alright, fourth fishing ship coming in. You're basically a fishing ship ahead, though, is Dogao, which is always nifty. Okay, then Dave is too. Dave, though, will also go ahead and cast people who aren't popular just for more coverage, which is nice. Alright, Loom coming in. Do you have the food to click up, though, Lewis? Where's the squirrel cast? No, because why would anyone want to see such a one-sided stomp of you? Cap! Anyway, interesting that Dogao's already off to the sides here. He's actually still making another villager. Alright, 3 villas on stone. Is not a stomp. Well, Doubt will always stomp people with pure charisma. Well, Lewis is up actually faster than his opponent. Got his mill. Dogao will also have his mill. How can he not be have 5 TCs and fortified walls? Thank you very much. Yeah, so many fishing ships here. We'll have to see. I mean, like, neither are really poised to do anything aggressive here. Dogao doesn't have the wood to do so because he needs his wood for Market Blacksmith. And same for Lewis, honestly. And Lewis just has the 4 fishing ships. Again, it's interesting, this map, because it's so not figured out. I guarantee you neither of what these players are doing is optimal, just because no one knows what's optimal on this map. I mean, I like the walls here from Dogao, because you're against conquistadors. You know you want to make sure you're just doing something safe, but Lewis is up. And he's going to have plenty of villas on stone, so his castle is going to be fine. Dogao scouting the north. That blacksmith is coming in, but yeah, I mean, Dogao's going to be a fair bit slower to castle age. So now the next question is simply going to be, where's Lewis dropping the castle? Dogao's Island? Transport, let's go! Anyway, one Hulk is on the way. Dogao is up, but he is going to be a full minute slower, and that is not insignificant. Do not lose a fishing ship for free, Dogao. I will never forgive you. Oh, my goodness. Oh, the blocking. Nicely done. Ah, here we are. Good recognition from Lewis. He, of course, knows exactly what his opponent is, or where his opponent is, and what he's going to do. And this castle will be hotter than my latest mixtape. You can delay the castle foundation a little bit. And of course, this is for all of the marbles. The winner of this set will face Andy, I think. I think he beat Dark. Yes. And although Andy is certainly no pushover, that's winnable for both of these players. Whoa! I don't know if... I guess this will be in time. You need to bring that bill over, though. It's on the wrong side of the wall. No! Oh, it makes it through. It makes it through. I guess this works, though. I guess. I mean, you have a fishing eco, right? 10-4. Defensive castle coming in. I will be so extremely sad for Dogao. Okay, we'll lose a Ville, though. It's tough to make sure all of your Villes are always on. Oh, I don't know about that. I guess it's gonna work. Hey, guys, Dogao could maybe be thinking about it. Nah, it's still a little far off. Oh, he does lose the Ville. A little bit of the S word there. All right, get your Villes back to work, Dogao. Not the crocodiles. Oh, wait, that's so low. Oh my goodness, guys. Oh, I think it was a petard. I think that, yeah, that makes sense. I think it was a petard. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. Alright, guys. Honks. Somehow not hitting the bill? There you go. Give me another kill. Now, of course, Dogao is ahead in resources. Just now grabbing DBA, though. That is late, late, late. You can still just run around over here, though. It's not like this area is walled. Siege Workshop's also on the way. Only a single Genbo is on the field, though. No wood for a university. Dogao still has wood over here he can take, though. And the Genbo numbers will slowly climb. Yeah, this is what you want to do, though, if possible, is Dogao is just re-wall behind this. It's another Ville. Oh, nice block there from Lewis, though. Honk value starting to come in. Of course, the Genoese crossbowmen are going to miss every single frickin' shot until ballistics is on its way. Neither player getting imp this year. Anganel coming in. Dogao really going to want to finish up that wall segment. And of course, Lewis going to want to not let that be a thing. Ooh, random conk on the other side of the map, though. Oh, yeah, Dogao's going to need to react to that. Yeah, Dogao might be dead, guys. I'm honestly not too sure what he can really do. PC? Again, you're not doing anything without ballistics. Oh my goodness, guys. Oh boy. RAM is being downloaded. Lewis still has 16 on food. Just taking from some forage bushes. He has some farms. Yeah, I really have no idea why he's not going for ballistics. With the ballistics, the Genvos do great. Oh my goodness, this one conch being so annoying. Oh no, Dogao, Dogao. What on earth is he doing? He has fallen apart. Sometimes you just get conked. Lewis hasn't lost any units in so long. And this is extremely predictable. Lewis lost 9 units so far this game, and he will be moving on to the final round to face freaking Andy. Could qualify for his first tournament, first S-tier tournament. This probably needed to be rewalled a while before, but like I don't see why in any world you could be surviving this game without ballistics. And Lewis, it's down 1-2, but got 2 in a row, and he will move on to the next round. The final round, in fact. And home too? Yeah, I have no idea. Seems like Dogao panicked. Anyway, guys, I think we're all set. Oh, wait, is the Doubt not done yet? Oh, Doubt did lose. All right. Here we are, guys. Game 5, Doubt versus Stone, please. This one's for all the marbles. The winner faces Vaipur tomorrow. Let's see. Stone, please, blue Portuguese. Doubt, red Burgundians. Already walling over here like this. All right, help me out, somebody. Why would you wall like this and not like this? Is this normally what you do in case you get forwarded? I have no idea. Anyway, the most predictable castle drop of all time is happening. No Doubt? No? Anyway, is Doubt at least crushing on water? Oh, I was fighting a Doubt space. That's weird. Anyway, the real issue is going to come in the form of the Redemption Monks. That's trying to mine a ton of stone as we have arrived at real time. Redemption's in. No Sanctity yet. Okay, literally just as I say that, he's getting Sanctity. Doubt's close to Imp, though. If he can get to Imp with a castle, the game will essentially be won. That's still a big if. I mean, I like that Stonefleece isn't giving up on the water, but Doubt still has 20 fishing ships with gill nets. But yes, this is, as they say, lay problem. Ow. Okay, you need to evacuate those villas like yesterday, don't you, Doubt? Leading the Mangonel under the TC hurts. But yeah, this entire sequence feels incredibly predictable here. Well, the pikeman's kind of interesting. If anything, it feels like overkill, and you just want to get to Imp yourself. Honestly, he did get way more stone than he should have. Yeah, just needs to buy stone, needs to drop a castle. Needs to drop a castle. Why Imp from Doubt? Oh my goodness. Okay, that's a hit for Doubt. One might even say a fine hit. Oh, he couldn't get the castle up safely over here is why. Anyway, Doubt's gonna have basically only wood income. Gold income should be basically nil at this point. Anyway, clearly Doubt wants to go for... Dan? Doesn't have... Doubt, you'd have no gold. Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got no gold. How are you doing all this? Alright, Treb is on the way. Well, hello, Fuzzy Caillou. Hello, Captain Awesome. Oh, the ram! Oh, the speed of the ram! Not to be trifled with. Chemistry coming in for Doubt. Converting all the buildings. I don't know, Doubt still feels pretty dead. Wait, he's gonna petard down the castle? And again, Doubt has no gold income. I don't know how he's gonna do much of anything with an archery range. Or a double siege workshop. I mean, I guess the alternative was just to try and wait for Imperial Age, but I think, yeah, multiple rams and petards, I think it could work. Worms is not the answer here. Oh, it's War Hulks versus only regular Hulks, and with the Portuguese extra HP. Dow's gonna get clobbered there, guys. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, spaghetti, Mr. Yo. Oh, wait, you need to send the Rams and the Petards in together, though, Stone, please. They're friends. The Rams help shield the Petards from the arrow fire. You literally have 9 Petards right now. First bombard's out. Yeah, the guy, this is why you send them in together. What are you doing, Stone, please? Do something. Something other than exactly what you're doing. Okay, it still is probably gonna work out. Okay, it's still fine for Stone, please. I think. Yeah, that's fine. That doesn't even have a bill lead anymore. And guys, Stone, please, of all people, gonna be going to face Viper. I honestly don't think Viper should struggle with Stone Please. Not that Stone Please is bad, but it still should just be all Viper. Throwing? How is he throwing? He was extremely far behind in the first place. You need to be ahead to throw. Stone Please? Yeah, I used to beat Stone Please constantly, in fact.
See.
Oh my goodness. The fact that Stone Please was able to maintain water presence and even win water over Doubt is actually super impressive. Doubt does have Devotion. Doubt is also now a 0 TC gamer with 38 villagers. Theoretically, this could be me. I do not have Stone Please's mechanics or talent. Guys, Stone Please is fast. 91 APM right now. Still, Doubt's sort of cleaning up. Sorta. And Stone Please did use that attack in lieu of Imperial Age. Well, I mean, Doubt's micro with only has to micro one thing is actually very good. Guys, Stone Please is going to be out of castles. Doubt still has his Trebs alive. Stone Please has absolutely made big mistakes in this push.
See.
And the issue is that these Burgundian bombard cannons, the BBBC, one-shot the monks when they don't normally one-shot monks with Sanctity. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The turns are tabling. Yes, you need one or the other. Burgundian bombard cannons have 20% extra damage, so they have 50 attack instead of 40, and monks with Sanctity have 45 HP, so it's actually the difference between one-shotting them and not one-shotting them. Oh my goodness, guys. What an insane turn of events. Doubt was in a horrible spot. He had nothing. He still has no TC built. But Devotion, the hand cannoneers, the power of the market. This is a throw. Exactly. This is a perfect example of a throw. Stone Please absolutely had this game. He both had micro mistakes and he made incorrect decisions. And this, guys, is going to be quite the comeback from Doubt. Oh, man. This is absolutely going to be one of those moments for the fans. That's like the first hand cannon that was converted. Doubt can also think about going ahead and picking up some relics soon. Made knights, perhaps. Yeah, I mean, non-Burgundian bombard cannons maybe would have lost this, but these are Burgundian bombard cannons. Either that or like far more organ guns. Theoretically could have been me. Yeah. Yeah, if you had 20 plus monks, this doesn't happen at all. Enough units get converted and Doubt just doesn't have enough oomph to keep pushing through. It is 73 to 39 Vills, which is pretty crazy. Because it used to be like the other way around, but Doubt had so many more Vills than Stone Please. But now it's the other way around. Stone Please trying to reclaim those relics. But yeah, Devotion is so huge, guys. So huge. But now gold is actually just going to be getting very limited on... Okay, it says there's 22,000 on the map, but I guess it's basically all in extremely exposed territory. Fishing ships to 14. Doubt was on like what, 20 fishing ships before? And Doubt's still 20 population behind, but yeah, Stone Please is pretty dead. Monks take too long to train. What, 52 seconds I think for a monk?
See.
There's 6. Stone, please, is somebody, despite me playing against him a lot back in the day, I literally know nothing about. Like, I know nothing about Stone, please, as a person.
Davis.
44 kills on those hand cannons. Weird game? Oh, it's a pretty normal coastal arena game. Towers are coming in to try and buy some time. Obviously, that does not work versus bombard cannons. What? What are those instas? It's still over, don't get me wrong, but what was that? I guess it was charged. Now the conversions are starting. Okay, if he converts a Treb, guys. Oh no, there's a bombard cannon there. Castle's gonna come in here from Doubt. Okay, no way he makes this happen, right? Okay, yeah. If one of those Trebs got converted, it actually would have been a disaster for... Okay, at least the Treb is going to be destroyed. Yeah. Castle still gonna go up, though. Oh my goodness. What is even happening? Petard's on the way here for Stone, please. Remember, he does have 15 fishing ships. And they're a-fishing. Oh, it's absolutely PKOE. Why would you ever try and make an argument that it is not PKOE? Anyway, still should be Doubt's game to win. No way that this castle will go down from Doubt. All these vills are going to die. Neither player has had a TC at points in this game. There it is, guys. It is over. 79 monks and only 20 conversions. That is rough, but oh my goodness, guys. This was a throw from Stone, please. But fans of the Lord will rejoice. Help his monks. He made several incorrect decisions. There was a point when going knights would have worked, as Doubt didn't really have any monks of his own. It's crazy. I mean, it depends. There was a point in the game where he could have, but no. Doubt will get the win. Yeah, I feel like the easiest route to victory would have just been way more monks and then controlling the initial fight much better with the petards and rams. I think either one of those things gets you the win. Yes, I think organs would have also worked for sure. Anyway, guys, crazy, crazy stuff. And that means that we are all set for tomorrow. Viper versus Doubt. ACCM Satau, Andy Lewis, Yo Sebastian, Leary Tato. Alright, guys, that's going to be some fun stuff. I hope you guys enjoyed. Another decently long stream today, and of course, this will, I think, almost all happen tomorrow. So yeah, definitely check it out then. Thank you so much for watching, everybody.